Chapter 1. Dawn in Feudal Japan. The sky is a soft canvas of pale gray, slowly blushing with the first light of dawn. Wisps of mist cling to the forested mountains, draping the landscape like a silken shroud. A quiet village rests beneath the towering peaks, where thin trails of smoke rise gently from thatched rooftops, dissolving into the chilly morning air. The world is still, wrapped in the delicate silence of waking dreams. But for the peasants of feudal Japan, this is no hour of peace. It is the beginning of another day, another struggle against the unyielding tide of survival. In the narrow alleys, shadows stretch and fade as the first rays of sunlight touch the earth. Small, humble huts stand clustered together, their walls woven from reeds, their floors a patchwork of cold, hard earth. Inside, men and women stir from thin bedding, their breaths visible in the icy air. Fires are stoked to life, they're soft, crackling the only sound in the quiet. But the warmth they offer is fleeting, a fragile comfort against the biting chill. Children, barely awake, shuffle sleepily toward the village well, their hands gripping clay jugs that seem far too heavy for their tiny fingers. The water is cold, a sharp, stinging reminder of the morning's harsh embrace. Mothers whisper ancient blessings over their shivering forms, their words soft as the mist. May the cold purify you, may the water cleanse your spirit. But the children do not smile. They have known the cold since birth. They do not expect kindness from it. By the riverside, a young man stands alone, watching his breath dissolve into the mist. He lowers his jug into the frigid water, his fingers turning numb as the liquid bites at his skin. The chill seeps through his bones, but he does not complain. Complaining is a luxury he cannot afford. The cold is not an enemy. It is simply part of the world he was born into, like the mountains, like the mist, the ritual of cleanliness. The mist begins to lift. The fields emerge from their silver shroud. Rows of damp earth stretch toward the mountains, the soil dark and heavy with morning dew. But the morning is not merely a time of toil. It is also a ritual of purity. Beneath the open sky, villagers gather near the riverbank, their bare feet numb against the cold earth. Here, they perform the sacred act of washing, not in warm water scented with flowers, but in the ice-cold stream that rushes down from the mountains. The men cup their hands, lifting the freezing water to their faces, their skin flushed pink from the chill. Women pour the water over their arms and hair, their breath shuddering in the cold air. There is no soap, only a handful of crushed rice bran for those who can afford it, a coarse powder that scrubs the skin clean but leaves it raw. This is not simply a matter of hygiene. It is a quiet act of devotion, a whispered prayer to unseen spirits. The cold purifies not just the body but the soul, washing away the invisible stains of sin and misfortune. Each splash is a humble offering, a whispered hope that the day ahead will be kinder than the last. But for the ETA, the outcasts who dwell on the village's edge, even this ritual is a reminder of their silent shame. Forbidden from joining the others, they must wash in the shadows, their presence a whispered curse that no one speaks of. Yet even they bow their heads, their whispered prayers mingling with the rush of the stream. In their silent world, cleanliness is both a necessity and a curse, a constant reminder that even water cannot wash away the stain of birth. A meal of humble simplicity inside the huts. The air is filled with a faint aroma of boiling rice. Thin curls of smoke rise from each home, a fragile thread that winds skyward, carrying with it the quiet promise of a meal. But for most, this is not a feast. It is a humble offering to hunger, a delicate balance between survival and scarcity. A mother ladles a thin porridge into her children's bowls, her hands rough and red from the cold. The children eat in silence, their faces blank, their eyes fixed on the steam rising from their meal. Hunger is not an enemy here. It is an old, familiar guest, one whose presence is accepted with quiet resignation. For the samurai, the morning is a time of quiet discipline. Their meals are served with a solemn grace, each dish a reflection of simplicity and restraint. Cold rice, a small piece of dried fish, a bowl of clear soup. Even in nourishment, there is a sense of duty, a reminder that even the simplest actions must be performed with honor. In this world, food is not an indulgence but a ritual, a quiet moment where warmth and humility mingle. Each bite is a whisper of gratitude, a soft prayer that hunger will not grow louder than the quiet murmurs of survival. Silence in the wind as the village awakens. The soft hum of whispered conversations begins to drift through the air. Women gather by the river, their quiet voices mingling with the rush of water. Men speak in low tones as they prepare their tools, their faces lined with quiet resolve. Children, their hunger satisfied, wander to the edge of the fields, their laughter soft and fleeting, like mist touched by the first light. But even in these moments, silence is never far. It is woven into the air, a quiet reminder of the unspoken rules that govern this world. A young boy reaches for a fallen flower, but his mother gently pulls him back, her eyes speaking a silent warning. Beauty is to be seen, not touched. In the distant temple, the monks' chants continue, their voices soft as the mist that clings to the mountain. Their words are a prayer, a quiet wish for peace in a world where suffering is a constant companion. The breeze carries their whispers over the village, a gentle hum that soothes the waking world. The wind stirs the fields, rippling through the tall grass, a whispered promise of another day. The light spills over the mountains, casting long shadows over the quiet village. The villagers begin their labor, their hands steady, their words few, their eyes watching the earth as though seeking comfort in its silent embrace. Chapter 2. The chains of tradition. In the quiet mist of dawn, the village awakens not just to the light of the rising sun, but to the weight of ancient expectations. Feudal Japan is a world carved in stone, not just in temples and castles, but in the hearts of its people. Here, life is a carefully woven tapestry where each thread has a place, and that place is determined at birth. A child's first cry is not just a sound, it is a whispered verdict. Born to a samurai family, the world awaits with iron expectations. Honor is your birthright, but also your burden. You will learn to kneel, to bow, to hold a sword as if it is an extension of your soul. The steel that rests at your side is not just a weapon. It is a silent promise, a reminder that your life belongs to someone else. But if you are born a peasant, your world is the soil dark, wet, and unyielding. Your hands will know the ache of wooden plows. Your feet will learn the cold embrace of flooded rice fields. Dreams are a distant luxury, for each day is a whispered struggle against hunger. The village elder's voice is law, but even he bows to the samurai. For in this world, rank is a chain, and it binds without mercy. Artisans live in the quiet hum of their workshops, their hands stained with ink, clay, or wood. Each stroke, each carve is a quiet prayer for perfection, a whispered promise that their craft will speak where they cannot. A master swordsmith shapes steel with a reverent touch, knowing that his blade may one day save a life or end one. But even the finest craftsman is but a shadow beneath the warrior's blade, and then there are the merchants, their coins clinking in silken pouches, their ledgers filled with silent sums. They measure wealth in silver, yet find themselves placed just above peasants. Their profits a quiet shame in a world that values honor above all. They bow deeply, speak humbly, and hide their ambitions behind polite smiles. For here, wealth without honor is like a fine robe worn in darkness seen by none, respected by less. The social ladder is a silent mountain, its steps carved from the bones of tradition. You do not climb it. You are placed upon it, and there you remain. In this world, to dream of rising is to court disgrace, and to fall is a fate worse than death, samurai, honor, or obligation. In the quiet halls of the samurai, honor is a blade sharp, beautiful, and unforgiving. A young samurai kneels in a sunlit courtyard, his back straight, his gaze unwavering. Before him stands his lord, a silent figure robed in dignity, his voice a whisper that carries the weight of command. Loyalty above all, he says, and the words fall like cold rain. The boy has been taught that honor is life. His father drilled it into him. His mother whispered it in lullabies. He has learned to wield a sword with the grace of a dancer, his strikes sharp as whispered promises. But honor is not just in the blade. It is in the bow, the quiet humility of a well-tied robe, the whispered restraint in a voice that never rises. For the samurai, life is a stage, and each action is a performance. Loyalty is not a choice, but a duty, a thread that binds them to their lord. They are taught to serve, to die if necessary, with a smile that hides the quiet fear that whispers beneath their calm faces. Disobedience is a silent curse, and failure is a wound that cannot heal, but beneath the armor, beneath the calm exterior, there is a quiet ache, the weight of expectations, the fear of shame. A samurai's greatest enemy is not a rival's blade, but his own disgrace. For when honor is lost, death is the only redemption. In a quiet chamber, he may kneel alone, a short blade in his hands, his final breath a whispered apology to ancestors who watch but never speak. Here, duty is a prison of silence, and the sword is both a shield and a noose. To serve is to be strong, but also to be silent, a quiet storm contained within the shell of a perfect bow, the invisible Hansen, the shadowed. Alleys of the village, there are those whose lives are whispered in silence. The ETA, the untouchables, the forgotten. They are the butchers who carve life from death, the tanners who strip hides from fallen beasts, the executioners whose hands carry the silent weight of judgment. Society needs them but shuns them, like shadows that linger but are never acknowledged. For the ETA, life is a quiet shadow. They wash the blood from their hands in rivers that whisper of purity, but the stains are never truly washed away. Their children play beneath the watchful eyes of their parents, knowing that even laughter is a quiet shame, for they are marked from birth. Their homes are at the village's edge, a quiet exile where the wind carries the scent of leather and ash. They serve a world that will not look at them. Their work is a necessary evil, their presence a quiet reminder that even purity has a price. But they have their own pride, their own quiet resilience. The old man who sharpens his knife, the woman who weaves leather, the young boy who watches. The sky, they are not without dignity, for even in shadows, they are a family, and sometimes, in the quiet of night, they whisper stories of honor of ancestors who were once warriors, of spirits who watch over them. These are the whispers of hope, the quiet echoes of a world that has cast them aside, but cannot silence their souls, merchants. Wealth without respect in the bustling market square. Silver coins dance from hand to hand, their soft clinks a quiet symphony of commerce. Merchants bow deeply, their words like silk, their smiles a gentle mask. They offer silk spices, fine porcelain wealth exchanged in whispered negotiations. But behind their polite bows and gentle laughter, they carry a quiet shame, for in this world, a merchant's wealth is a whispered scandal. They are too prosperous to be poor, yet too lowly to be noble. Their success is a quiet stain, a reminder that they profit without labor, that they buy and sell while others toil. Even the finest merchant is a shadow beneath the simplest samurai. Their coins a weight that cannot lift them above their station. A merchant's daughter may wear silken robes, but her head is always bowed. A merchant's son may read poetry, but his voice is always soft. For they know that their wealth is a quiet trap, a silver cage in which respect is a distant dream, but they are clever, these merchants. Beneath their humble smiles, they know how to weave silver into influence, how to turn whispered deals into quiet power. They fund the temples, they lend to samurai. They weave their wealth into the fabric of society, a quiet thread that binds even those who would look down upon them, and in the quiet of their counting rooms, as the light fades and the market sleeps, they whisper to themselves, knowing that even without respect, silver can buy silence, and in silence they prosper. Chapter 3. Beneath the silken steel, in the silent halls of the samurai, the air is thick with quiet dignity, but beneath that calm exterior lies a tension as sharp as a drawn blade. The samurai's daisho, the paired swords, katana, and wakizashi are not just weapons. They are silent witnesses, constant reminders of a code that leaves no room for error. A blade is a symbol of honor, but also a whisper of death. A young samurai kneels before his lord, the sun casting a golden glow through the delicate paper screens. His forehead touches the tatami mat, his hands steady, his voice calm as he pledges loyalty. But beneath his composed words, his heart races. For in this world, loyalty is a double-edged sword, a gift that can turn to a curse. His daisho rests. At his side, polished to a mirror shine, a reminder that honor is both his shield and his prison. Each day, he sharpens his blade, but it is not just steel that he maintains, it is his soul. A sword that is dull is a disgrace, a warrior who falters is a shame. A single mistake, a moment of hesitation, and his honor could shatter like a thin sheet of ice beneath the weight of a falling leaf. Even the smallest act can bring dishonor. A misplaced glance, a poorly timed bow, a whispered word heard by the wrong ears, any of these can become a scar that cannot heal. For the samurai, life is not just lived, it is performed. A dance of silence and steel, where each breath is measured, and each heartbeat is a reminder that the path of honor is a path without mercy, and when the weight of shame becomes too heavy, there is but one escape: the final act of honor, the ritual of seppuku. The blade that once defended now becomes a silent comfort, a cold kiss that ends the whisper of disgrace. Beneath the silk robes and solemn vows, the samurai live a life of quiet fear, their souls bound as tightly as their sword hilts. Etiquette, a dance of survival in the quiet tea rooms and grand halls of feudal Japan. The air is filled with more than just the scent of incense. It is thick with rules, invisible lines that cannot be crossed. Etiquette here is not just a formality. It is a dance of survival, a silent performance where a single misstep can become a fatal mistake. A young woman kneels in the tea room, her hands folded neatly in her lap. The tea is poured with slow, graceful precision, steam rising like a whispered promise. But her gaze is steady, her breathing calm, for she knows that even a slight tremor could be seen as disrespect. To drink too quickly is a sign of greed. To compliment too eagerly is a mark of insincerity. Words are measured like fine. Silk and silence is a virtue. Men sit in quiet circles, their voices low, their smiles polite, but never too wide. A samurai's bow is deep and precise, his gaze never lifting higher than the chest of his lord. A merchant's words are humble, his eyes always seeking permission to speak. Even laughter is measured. Too loud is a sin, too soft is a whisper of dishonesty, but beneath the calm faces, there is a quiet tension. Each person watches the other, a silent game of caution where even a misplaced hand could become a whispered scandal. In this world, survival is not just a matter of strength or skill, but of perfect poise. To live is to balance upon the edge of a blade, smiling while you dance, and when the hall falls silent, when the guests have departed and the lanterns are dimmed, the quiet whispers begin. Stories of those who bowed too shallow, who spoke too boldly, who laughed too freely. Their names are remembered not with respect, but with quiet scorn. Their lives a reminder that in this world, even a smile can be a sword. Armor of Gracian, the shadowed corridors of the grand estates. Women glide like whispered dreams, their robes a cascade of silken layers that flow like gentle streams. But beneath the beauty, beneath the delicate fabrics embroidered with golden cranes and blossoming cherry trees, there is a quiet strength, a silent sacrifice wrapped in grace. A young bride stands before a mirror, her face pale, her eyes cast down. Her hair is arranged in an intricate style, each strand a silent promise of obedience. Her kimono is a masterpiece, layers of silk dyed in soft hues of pink and violet, but it is also a burden. Each layer is a reminder of her place to be silent, to be obedient, to smile even when her heart aches. Women in feudal Japan are not given swords, but they wield a different weapon: dignity. They serve tea with a gentle bow, their hands steady, their voices soft as the spring breeze. They write poetry in delicate calligraphy, their words a quiet refuge for unspoken dreams. They walk with measured grace, their footsteps a whisper on the polished floors, their gaze always lowered, but behind the serene smiles, there are whispered sorrows. A young girl who dreams of poetry, but is married to a man twice her age. A mother who teaches her daughter to bow low, not just in respect, but in quiet submission. A widow who whispers prayers to a shrine, her only comfort in a world that values her silence over her words, yet there is a quiet resilience in their silence, a strength in their softness. For even a flower blooms beneath the weight of snow, and even a whispered poem can carry the weight of 1,000 dreams. Beneath the silk and the boughs, there is a quiet courage that cannot be seen, but can be felt in each graceful movement, ghosts in the market is a sea of color and sound, a bustling river of voices where silver coins flash like whispers of rain. Merchants call out, their smiles as polished as the porcelain they sell, their words sweet as honey. But beneath the bright laughter and the gentle bargaining, there is a quiet truth. They are ghosts in a world that looks down upon them. A merchant's daughter stands beside her father's stall, her hands folded neatly, her eyes trained on the ground. She knows the rules: smile, bow, speak gently, never raise your voice. Customers nod to her father, but their gaze slides over her, as though she is a shadow, a silent presence whose worth is measured only in coins. In the bustling market square, merchants offer silk and spices, rice and rare herbs. But even as they count silver, their laughter soft and warm, they know they are only tolerated. For in this world, wealth is a whispered shame. To earn without labor is a quiet sin, and a merchant's silver is never pure, always tainted by whispered prejudice. Artisans carve delicate figurines, their hands steady, their eyes focused. They weave dreams into silk, carve life into wood, but their work is only as valuable as the coin it brings. A craftsman may shape steel into a perfect blade, but he is a shadow beneath the samurai who wields it, and yet they are the heartbeat of the village. Their goods bring beauty, their coins bring trade, and their quiet resilience is a silent rebellion. For even in shadows, flowers bloom. Even in whispers, dreams are shared. And in the quiet corners of the market, merchants speak of distant lands, of silent bargains, of whispered fortunes hidden behind humble smiles. Chapter 4. The Shadow of the Blade. In the silent stillness of dawn, beneath the gray light that stretches over the mist-shrouded mountains, there is a quiet whisper, a whisper of steel, of honor, of an unyielding code that binds warriors to a path as narrow as a sword's edge. This is Bushido, the way of the warrior. But Bushido is not merely a philosophy. It is a life sentence, a silent promise whispered at birth, a chain that binds without ever being seen. A young samurai stands before his lord, his gaze cast downward, his hands steady, his voice a soft murmur of obedience. His sword rests at his side, a perfect length of steel polished to a mirror shine. But it is not just a weapon, it is a promise. A promise to serve, to protect, to die without hesitation if honor demands it. Loyalty is not a choice. It is a breath, a heartbeat, a quiet song that hums beneath each spoken word. But Bushido is not just loyalty. It is courage without arrogance, humility without shame, compassion without weakness. It is a silent dance of dignity, where even in death there is grace. A samurai does not live for himself. He is a shadow, a silent reflection of his lord's will, his own dreams, his own desires. They are whispers lost in the wind, carried away like petals in a storm. Yet this code is not a gentle guide. It is a blade sharp, beautiful, and unforgiving. A single misstep, a careless word, a moment of hesitation, and honor can shatter like a thin sheet of ice beneath a falling leaf. The samurai's greatest enemy is not his foe, but his own reflection. To live is to serve. To die is to redeem. And in this quiet, disciplined world, even a smile can be a sin if it is not perfectly placed. Bushido is the light that guides, but also the darkness that waits. A constant shadow that whispers of duty, of silence, of a perfect death that waits for those who fail to live perfectly. Seppuku. The final redemption in the shadowed chamber. The air is heavy with incense, a soft mist of fragrant smoke that curls and fades like whispered regrets. A samurai kneels in perfect stillness, his face calm, his gaze steady. Before him, a short blade rests on a silken cloth, its edges sharp as a whispered promise. This is seppuku, the final act of honor, a ritual that turns shame into silence outside. The world is calm. Cherry blossoms drift gently from the trees, their pink petals scattered by the wind. But within these walls, time stands still. The samurai's voice is soft as he whispers his final words, a quiet poem that carries his sorrow, his shame, his final breath of dignity. His friend stands nearby, sword drawn, a silent witness, a final mercy. Seppuku is not death, it is redemption. A way for the disgraced to erase shame with the purity of their own blood. The blade is not an enemy, but a friend, a quiet comfort in a world where honor is a weight that cannot be lifted. The samurai's hand is steady as he lifts the blade, his gaze unflinching, his heart calm. Pain is not his enemy, fear is. And in this moment, there is no fear, only silence. His friend's blade falls, swift and silent, a gentle mercy that ends the whisper of suffering. Outside, the wind stirs the blossoms, and the world moves on. But within these walls, a quiet story has ended, a whispered promise fulfilled. The samurai's name will not be remembered with shame, but with honor. His life a shadow, his death a light for those who live by the blade. Death is not the enemy. It is the final bow, the whispered farewell in the dance of honor, shadows in the castle halls by in the quiet village, beyond the mist-shrouded mountains. The grand halls of the daimyo's castle stand silent and still, their paper walls whispering of secrets. Here, honor is worn like a mask, and the blade is not always made of steel. Whispers curl through the corridors like smoke, voices soft as shadows, speaking of loyalty, of envy, of silent betrayals that wear the mask of friendship. A young samurai walks the polished wooden halls, his head bowed, his eyes always watching. He is a servant of his lord, but he is also a pawn in a quiet game where smiles are sharper than swords. The daimyo's laughter is warm, his words kind, but behind his gentle gaze, there is a quiet hunger, the hunger for power, for loyalty. That can be bent and broken without a whisper. The servants glide silently, their faces calm, their voices soft. But they hear everything, they see everything. Whispers of alliances forged in shadows, of secret meetings held beneath the moon's pale light. A trusted advisor's smile is a quiet mask, his words as sweet as poisoned honey. A samurai's loyalty is tested not by his blade, but by his silence. Even the daimyo is not safe, for the shadow of the blade reaches even his silken pillow. A jealous rival, a trusted guard who has whispered promises of gold, a cup of sake that tastes faintly of almond's death, is a shadow that walks without a sound. Here, even honor can be a weapon, and the quietest whisper can cut deeper than steel. Loyalty is a dance, a whispered promise that can turn to dust in the quiet of night. And beneath the grand banners, beneath the silk and the smiles, the shadow of the blade is always waiting, the weight of the sword in the quiet stillness of the training ground. A young samurai draws his sword, the blade whispering against the scabbard with a soft, metallic sigh. The sunlight dances along the steel, a flash of silver that seems almost too bright. But beneath that shining surface is a weight that cannot be seen, but can always be felt. A sword is not just a weapon. It is a burden. Each strike must be perfect, each movement a whisper of grace. A blade that trembles is a shame. A cut that misses is a disgrace. The young samurai's hands are steady, his eyes calm, but beneath his quiet focus there is a quiet fear. For he knows that to wield the sword is to hold the promise of life and death in his hands. His master watches in silence, his gaze sharp, his face calm. Precision is honor, he whispers, his voice a soft breeze beneath the clear sky. Strength is nothing without grace. A blade that cannot protect is a shame. A blade that kills without purpose is a sin. The young samurai's strikes are slow, each motion measured, each cut a silent promise. But his shoulders ache, his breath comes faster. The weight of the sword is not just in the steel, it is in the spirit, in the silent fear that each swing may be his last. For to carry a sword is to live with the constant whisper of death. It is a burden that cannot be laid down, a promise that must be kept with every heartbeat. As the light fades, as the shadows stretch long across the training ground, the young samurai lowers his blade, his breath steady, his eyes calm. But in his heart, he knows that the weight will never leave him. It is a silent shadow that walks beside him, a whisper of steel, a quiet promise that his life is a thread drawn tight between honor and death. For those who carry the sword, the blade is not just steel. It is a whisper, a shadow, a quiet reminder that life is a dance upon the edge of a blade. Chapter 5. The world of ghosts in the quiet, mist-shrouded valleys of feudal Japan, where the mountains cast long shadows and the rivers whisper of ancient sorrows. There are those who walk in silence, their faces half hidden, their hands forever stained. They are the ETA, the unseen laborers, the untouchables, those whose touch is whispered of but never acknowledged. They are the shadows that work in the light, and their world is one of whispered sin and silent suffering. The ETA are the ones who handle death, who touch the forbidden, who walk the paths that others shun. They are butchers who carve the flesh of fallen beasts, tanners who strip hides beneath the cold gray sky, executioners who stand silent as the blade falls. Their hands are stained, not just with blood, but with the silent shame of a world that needs them but will never honor them. In a quiet clearing, an old ETA man sharpens his blade, the soft sound a whispered song beneath the sighing wind. His son watches in silence, his young eyes wide, his small hands stained with ash. This is their inheritance, a trade passed down like a curse, a skill learned not from pride but from necessity. His father's voice is a quiet murmur, a warning carried on the wind. Keep your eyes low, your voice soft. We are the unseen. We are the needed. And so they work, their hands moving with a quiet grace, their faces hidden beneath the shadow of shame. A butcher's knife rises and falls. A hide is stretched and tanned. A pyre is lit beneath the pale moonlight. They whisper prayers to gods, who do not answer, their voices lost in the mist. For the ETA, life is a shadow, a quiet existence, where their work is whispered of, but their faces are turned away. They are the hands that carried the sins of society, The silent souls who cleanse a world that refuses to look at them. Shadows at the edge of villages, at the edge of the village, where the fields end and the forest begins. The ETA live in silence. Their homes are simple, their roofs low, their doors shadowed. The village children are warned to stay away, their mothers whispering of curses and shadows, their fathers speaking of impurity with hushed voices. The ETA are like ghosts present, but unseen, needed, but unspoken. A young ETA girl sits by. The river, her feet bare, her hands tracing gentle circles in the cold, clear water. She watches the other children from a distance, their laughter like the soft hum of a world she can never touch. She knows their names, their games, their songs, but they do not know hers. To them, she is a shadow, a whisper, a silent watcher, who must never join the dance. Her father returns from the village, his hands wrapped in thick cloth, his eyes cast down. He has tended the dead, washed the bodies of those who have passed, whispered the last rites that no one else will speak. But when he walks through the village, the people turn away, their faces cold, their eyes filled with silent scorn. His work is sacred, but his touch is poison, and in the quiet of their small home, beneath the low, thatched roof, the ETA family sits together in silence. They do not speak of shame, for they have lived in its shadow all their lives. But they know its weight, the quiet ache of being needed, but never welcomed, of being seen but never acknowledged. They are the shadows at the edge of the village, the quiet souls who carry the weight of a world that denies them even a name. The price of purity, purity, is a sacred thread that runs through the heart of feudal Japan. In temples, monks chant soft prayers, their hands washed in cold, clear water. In grand estates, samurai kneel before their lords, their robes spotless, their swords polished to a mirror shine. Even in the humblest village, children are taught to wash their hands, their faces, their souls. Cleanliness is a virtue, but for the ETA, it is a curse. For the ETA, their touch is poison. They are the unclean, the impure. Their hands are whispered of as cursed, their faces never seen without a shadow of shame. A mother in the village pulls her child away from the road when an ETA passes, her voice a soft whisper of fear. A merchant bows politely but steps back, his smile thin, his eyes cold. The irony is a silent cruelty. The ETA are the ones who cleanse, who wash the bodies of the dead, who burn the unclean, who carve away the rot and the filth. Their hands are the first to touch death, the first to bring purity to a world that fears them. And yet, they are shunned, their touch feared, their presence a shadow. A young ETA woman washes her hands in the river, the cold water biting at her skin. But no matter how hard she scrubs, she cannot wash away the shame. Her hands are clean, but to the world they are always stained. She smiles softly, but there is a quiet sadness in her eyes. For in this world, purity is a gift she can never claim, even in the quiet of the forest, even beneath the clear blue sky. She feels the weight of 1,000 whispered curses. She is clean, but she is unclean. She is needed, but she is unwanted. This is the price of purity, a price paid in silence, in shame, in whispered tears that are never seen. The silent saviors when death comes. It does not come with fanfare. It comes quietly, like a soft mist that settles over the village, like a cold wind that whispers through the trees. And when death comes, the ETA are called. They arrive in silence, their faces calm, their hands steady. They do not speak of sorrow, for they have touched it too often. They do not speak of fear, for they have walked in its shadow. All their lives. An old woman has passed in the village. Her family kneels in mourning, their faces hidden. The ETA arrive in silence, their robes plain, their voices calm. They wash her body with gentle hands, whispering quiet prayers that only they know. They wrap her in simple cloth, their touch light as the wind, their hearts steady, but when they leave, there are no words of thanks. The family's eyes are cast downward, their hands folded, their faces calm. The ETA walk away in silence, their shadows long beneath the pale light of dawn. No one speaks of their kindness, no one whispers of their silent mercy. In another corner of the village, a child falls ill, his small body burning with fever. The healer's herbs fail, the prayers go unanswered. And in the quiet of night, the child breathes his last. The ETA are called once more, their hands gentle, their voices calm. They bring the child's soul to rest, their whispers a soft comfort. A final lullaby. They are the silent saviors, the hands that carry the weight of death, the voices that whisper peace to souls that have left. But they are also the forgotten, the shunned, the shadows that walk in the light. Their kindness is whispered of but never honored. Their faces are seen but never remembered, and yet they do not seek thanks, they do not whisper of injustice. For in the quiet of their small homes, beneath the shadowed trees, they know that even in darkness there is a quiet light. Even in shame, there is a quiet pride. They are the ETA, the silent saviors, the shadows who bring peace to a world that denies them. Chapter 6. Hunger and Humility in the quiet, mist-shrouded villages of feudal Japan. Life begins with the soft murmur of dawn and the distant whisper of wind through the bamboo groves. But for the peasants, the day's first breath is not of fresh air, but of humble hunger. In their small, thatched homes, a thin wisp of smoke rises from the hearth, a silent promise of warmth, of a meal that is both a comfort and a quiet struggle. A mother stirs a simple pot of rice porridge, her hands gentle, her gaze calm. The grains swell slowly in the bubbling water, a quiet dance of patience and survival. But rice is not always within reach. Often, the steaming bowl is filled with barley rougher, less fragrant but filling. Beside her, a child watches, his small hands clutching a wooden bowl, his eyes wide with quiet hope. For him, this is not just food. It is a promise, a whisper of warmth in a world that is often cold. The meal is served with a simple pinch of salt, a few pickled vegetables, perhaps a thin strip of dried fish if the harvest has been kind. There are no spices, no flavors that dance on the tongue. There is only the quiet, steady taste of endurance. Each mouthful is a reminder of the earth that must be tilled, of the rain that must come, of the sun that must not wither. The fields, yet even in this simplicity, there is a quiet beauty. The steam rises, twisting like a ghost in the cool morning air. The family sits together, their voices soft, their smiles gentle. For them, this meal is not just a moment of survival. It is a quiet communion, a whispered blessing beneath the pale light of dawn, but hunger is always there, a silent shadow at the edge of the hearth. It is the quiet ache that lingers, the empty feeling that settles like mist beneath the ribs. For the peasants, food is not a luxury. It is a whispered promise that must be earned with sweat, with patience, with silent prayer. The seasonal feast beyond the fields, beyond the quiet, misty valleys, the grand estates of the samurai stand. Tall, their roofs stretching towards the gray sky. But even here, where silk rustles like whispered rain, where swords gleam like silver, food is not a gift. It is a reflection of rank, of discipline, of quiet restraint. In the grand hall, the samurai kneel in silence, their heads bowed, their hands resting calmly on their knees. Before them, the meal is served a series of small, delicate dishes arranged with perfect grace. Cold rice, cold soup, a slice of pickled radish, a sliver of dried fish. Each dish is a whisper of flavor, a quiet echo of the world beyond the paper walls. But the samurai do not eat first. They watch in silence as their lord dines, his face calm, his gaze serene. He tastes each dish, his movements slow, his expression unchanging. Only when he has finished, only when his guests have nodded their approval, do the samurai take their first bite. For them, hunger is not a call. It is a whisper, a quiet ache that must be mastered, controlled, silenced. To eat is not an indulgence. It is a discipline. Each bite is small, each sip is measured. The flavors are subtle, the spices absent. There is a quiet elegance in the simplicity, a gentle reminder that even the most powerful must bow to humility. The samurai's world is one of silence, of patience, of quiet grace, even in hunger. And as the meal ends, as the plates are cleared in silence, the samurai rise, their faces calm, their hunger hidden. For them, food is not a gift. It is a mirror, a quiet reflection of the discipline that governs their lives, a whispered promise that even in abundance, they must bow to restraint, the ritual of Tibian, the feasting halls, beneath the shadowed eaves of a quiet garden. A small tea house stands in stillness. The air is cool, the light soft, and within these walls there is a silence that speaks of peace, of purity, of a gentle dance that is older than memory. This is the tea ceremony, a ritual not of hunger, but of quiet grace. A young woman kneels beside the small hearth, her hands moving with a gentle, practiced rhythm. The water is heated, the steam rising in soft, twisting tendrils. The powdered green tea is whisked into a frothy emerald cloud. It sent a quiet whisper of the mountains, of the cool, misty mornings where the leaves were plucked by careful hands. Across from her, a guest sits in perfect stillness, his gaze calm, his voice silent. He does not speak, for in this moment, words are a distraction, a noise that would shatter the delicate stillness. The tea is served with a gentle bow, the cup turned with quiet grace. Each sip is a whisper of warmth, a gentle bitterness that lingers on the tongue, a taste that speaks of patience, of quiet reflection. But this is not just a drink. It is a meditation. Each movement is a dance, each breath a silent prayer. The room is quiet, the world forgotten. Even the wind outside is a distant whisper, a soft echo that fades against the paper walls. The tea is finished, the cup returned. The guest bows, his voice a soft whisper of thanks. But in his heart, there is a quiet peace, a gentle stillness that lingers like the fading scent of the leaves. For in this small, shadowed room, time has slowed, the world has softened, and even hunger has become a distant memory, the forbidden. Flavors but beyond the quiet gardens, beyond the shadowed tea houses, there is another world, a world of silk and spices, of roasted meats and sweet wines, a world that whispers of wealth, of power, of a life untouched by hunger. This is the world of the noble lords, of the wealthy merchants, of those who feast while others whisper of empty bowls. In the grand dining hall of a noble estate, the air is thick with the scent of roasted duck, of sweet plum sauce, of spiced rice wrapped in fragrant leaves. The lords and their guests laugh softly, their voices a gentle murmur beneath the warm glow of lantern light. They eat with silver chopsticks, their plates a delicate dance of color and flavor. Slices of tender beef, delicate pastries filled with sweet red bean paste, fresh fish glistening with a glaze of soy and ginger, but for the peasants, for the samurai, for the ETA who watch from the shadows. These flavors are a distant dream, a whisper of a world they will never taste. For them, meat is a luxury, spices are a treasure, sweetness is a forgotten memory. Their world is one of barley and pickled radish, of quiet hunger and whispered prayers. A young peasant boy walks through the village, the scent of roasting fish. Drifting from the merchant's house, his stomach twists, his mouth waters, but he does not pause. He walks on, his gaze steady, his hands clenched. Hunger is a familiar friend, a quiet ache that speaks of patience, of humility, of silent endurance. For in this world, food is not just a taste. It is a mark, a whisper of who you are, of where you stand. The rich feast beneath the warm glow of lanterns, their laughter soft, their faces calm. The poor eat in silence, their eyes cast downward, their hands steady. And yet, even in this world of whispered hunger, there is a quiet strength, a strength that rises with the dawn, that endures beneath the shadow of empty bowls. Chapter 7. The Silence of the Sword. In the misty lanes of feudal Japan, silence is a language of its own, a whispered promise, a shadowed warning. Among the winding streets and quiet villages, there is a figure that walks with calm, measured steps, his presence as sharp as the blade at his side. This is the samurai, a living symbol of honor, discipline, and quiet, unwavering power. The sword he carries is not merely a weapon. It is a silent judge, a blade that whispers of life and death. It rests against his hip, its polished steel hidden within a dark lacquered sheath. Yet even when it is still, even when it does not shine beneath the cold light of dawn, its presence is felt. It is a reminder to all who see it, a silent promise that justice is a breath away, that respect is a thread thinner than a whisper, but this silence is not peace. It is a quiet tension, a fragile balance. The samurai's silence is a choice, a mask beneath which countless emotions lie buried: pride, patience, fear, and fury. His eyes are calm, his voice steady, but his grip upon the hilt of his sword is a language few dare to read. In the market square, peasants bow as he passes, their eyes cast downward, their voices hushed. Merchants whisper respectful greetings, their hands steady as they offer wares. Even the wind seems to soften its touch, a quiet sigh that does not disturb the folds of his robe. Silence is respect. Silence is survival, but in this quiet world, danger is a shadow that never sleeps. A single misstep, a careless glance, a whispered insult can cut deeper than any blade. The sword is silent, but its promise is always there, a thin, invisible thread that binds all who stand beneath the watchful gaze of the samurai, the unspoken rule aside. It is not the sword alone that is sharp. Words, too, are blades in Feudal Japan, and silence is a shield that guards the wise. Here, to speak is to take a risk, to open a door that may never close. Conversations are dances upon thin ice, where each step must be measured, each breath-controlled dot in the grand halls of the daimyos. Lords and retainers sit in quiet circles, their faces calm, their voices soft. A misplaced word can twist like a dagger. A poorly chosen phrase can become a silent accusation. To speak too boldly is to invite shame. To speak too softly is to invite suspicion. Even laughter is a danger. Too loud, and it is seen as disrespectful. Too quiet, and it may be a whispered insult. In the quiet tea houses, where merchants gather beneath the warm glow of lantern light, each story is told with a careful smile. Each joke is whispered like a secret. A man must laugh only as much as his rank allows, his voice never rising higher than those above him. Dot in the village square, a peasant speaks to his neighbor, his voice a hushed murmur. He speaks of the harvest, of the rain, of the quiet ache of hunger. But even here, beneath the open sky, his words are careful, his tone humble. For words are not merely sounds. They are threads that can bind or sever, that can lift a man too. Honor or cast him into shadow. Datio, be silent, is not to be weak. It is to be wise. It is to watch, to listen, to wait. It is to hold one's thoughts like a secret flame, a light that can guide or burn. In this world, the tongue is a blade, and silence is a shield that even the strongest must wield. Apologies written in blood, but silence cannot always save. In this world, mistakes are not forgotten, and shame is a shadow that lingers. To admit fault is not a simple act. It is a ritual, a dance of humility, where each word must be chosen with care, where each gesture must speak of regret. For the samurai, apology is a poem written in silence, a letter penned with trembling hands, a gift wrapped in humility, a delicate comb, a silver hairpin, a token of shame and sorrow. The words are not enough. They are but whispers, shadows cast upon the ground. To apologize is to bow until one's forehead touches the cold, hard earth, to humble oneself beneath the weight of guilt. But there are shames that words cannot wash away. For the disgraced samurai, there is only one path to redemption, a path that ends in silence. Seppuku, the ritual of the blade, is not merely a death. It is a final apology, a whispered prayer carved in pain, a promise written in blood. The samurai kneels before the quiet altar, his face calm, his hands steady. The short blade rests in his grasp, its edge sharp, its surface cold. He speaks a poem, a final whisper to the world. He leaves behind a poem of regret, of sorrow, of fading light. And then, in the silence that follows, the blade speaks for him, a final breath that needs no words. For others, shame is a shadow that cannot be cut away. It is a whispered rumor, a stain that lingers upon the soul. They bow, they weep, they beg for forgiveness, but the shadow remains, a quiet ghost that whispers of mistakes and missed moments. To live in shame is to walk in silence, a silence that is never empty, the ghost of disgrace. But for those who break the code of honor, who betray their vows, who speak when they should have been silent, their shame is not a quiet shadow. It is a ghost that haunts the village streets, a whispered warning, a lesson that lingers. These are the disgraced, the forgotten, those whose names are spoken only in hushed tones, whose faces are never seen beneath the light. They walk in the shadows, their heads bowed, their eyes cast downward. To see them is to see a warning, a reminder that even a whisper can become a blade. A young peasant boy hears the whispers in the village. They speak of a man who was once a samurai, who wore the robes of honor, who walked with the quiet grace of a warrior. But he spoke when he should have been silent. He raised his voice in anger. He questioned his Lord's command. And now he walks in shame, his sword taken, his name forgotten, for in this world, honor is not a gift. It is a weight, a whisper that can be lost in a single breath. Those who lose it do not die. They become shadows, ghosts who walk in silence, whose shame is a story told in whispers. But even for the forgotten, there is a quiet dignity. For to live in shame is to endure, to bow beneath the weight of whispers, to walk in the darkness yet never fade. They are not gone. They are not forgotten. They are the shadows that whisper beneath the lantern light, the quiet ghosts who remind all who watch that in this world, silence is a blade, and a single word can be a wound that never heals. Chapter 8. Beneath the cherry blossoms, in the quiet embrace of spring, a soft breeze whispers through the ancient trees, and a delicate snowfall begins, but not of ice, of petals. Cherry blossoms, pale pink and soft as whispered secrets, fall from their branches, twirling gracefully, drifting like memories that refuse to be forgotten. Beneath the spreading boughs of sakura, the world is transformed into a dream, a gentle reminder that beauty is always fleeting. In a quiet village, children run beneath the falling petals, their laughter rising like birds. Old men watch with quiet smiles, their eyes filled with memories of springs long past. For them, the blossoms are more than just flowers. They are the gentle sigh of time, the soft breath of life passing by. Petals rest upon the dark thatched roofs, upon the quiet lanes, upon the shoulders of the samurai who stand like silent statues, their faces calm, their thoughts distant. Even the grand castles, with their towering walls and sharp-roofed towers, are softened beneath this pink rain. The lords and ladies watch from their balconies, their silken robes touched by the petals' gentle caress. Courtiers speak in soft tones. Poets compose haikus beneath the drifting blossoms, each line a whispered tribute to the beauty of things that must always end. But for the peasants who toil in the fields, the blossoms are a brief moment of beauty. In a life of struggle, they pause, their hands resting on worn tools, their faces lifted to the sky as the petals dance around them. In these quiet moments, even they are poets, even they are dreamers, wrapped in the soft embrace of spring. Yet, even as they watch, even as they smile, the petals fall faster, a gentle storm that whispers of time slipping away. Soon, the ground is a carpet of pink, and the trees stand bare, their beauty vanished, their branches empty against the blue sky. But the memory of their dance lingers, a whispered promise that they will return. That beauty is a fleeting gift, but never truly lost. Snow and silence, but the spring does not last. As the seasons turn, the warm breath of life fades, and winter's cold embrace settles upon the land. The village is silent beneath a sky of gray, the mountains in the distance cloaked in white, their peaks like silent sentinels watching over the frozen world below. Snow falls in soft, delicate whispers, covering the rooftops, the fields, and the quiet forests in a blanket of pure, cold silence. In the village, the world is hushed. Smoke rises slowly from the small, darkened huts, twisting gently into the cold air. Inside, families huddle close to small fires, their breaths misting in the frigid air. The peasants' hands, worn and cracked, are warmed only by the thin bowls. Of rice they cradle, their eyes fixed upon the flickering flames. Silence is not just the absence of sound, it is a weight, a quiet presence that fills every corner, that hangs upon every breath. Beyond the village, in the grand castles of the daimyos, the silence is no less heavy. Beneath the towering roofs and painted screens, the lords and their retainers walk in slow, measured steps, their voices low, their laughter a quiet murmur that fades into the cold air. Even the gardens, so full of life in spring, are silent now, their trees bare, their ponds frozen beneath a thin layer of ice. For the samurai, winter is a test of endurance, a quiet trial where strength is not shown in battle, but in silence. They stand watch upon the snow-covered walls, their armor cold, their swords hidden beneath thick robes. Their breaths are slow, steady, and white against the dark, their eyes fixed upon the endless gray sky. Silence is their companion, their teacher, a reminder that patience is a virtue, that stillness can be as powerful as steel. Yet beneath this cold, beneath this quiet, there is a beauty, a purity in the falling snow, a softness in the whispered winds. Winter is not a time of death, but of quiet reflection, a season where the world rests, where even the strongest must bow beneath the weight of silence. Summer's bitter rain, but the cold silence of winter cannot last forever. As the world turns, the skies darken, and the warm winds of summer bring with them a new song, a song of rain, of thunder, of life and danger intertwined. The monsoon arrives like a whispered promise turned into a shout, and the gentle fields become rivers. The quiet paths become torrents. In the village, the rain is a blessing and a curse. It fills the paddies, turning dry earth to mud, nurturing the green shoots of rice that will feed the hungry mouths through the long winter. But it also brings fear. The river, calm and quiet beneath the spring sun, swells with a dark, rushing fury, threatening to wash away the fields, the homes, the fragile lives that cling to its banks. Children huddle beneath the eaves, their wide eyes watching the rain pound against the earth. Farmers stand knee-deep in the muddy fields, their straw hats soaked, their hands grasping at the swaying stalks. Each drop is a reminder of nature's power, of life's fragile balance. Too little. Rain, and the crops wither. Too much, and they drown beyond the village, in the mountain temples. Monks light incense and murmur quiet prayers, their voices rising like mist in the rain-chilled air. They bow before the statues of their silent gods, their hands folded, their eyes closed, their whispers lost beneath the roar of the storm. They pray for mercy, for balance, for the rain to be a blessing, not a curse. And in the great castles, the daimyos watch the rain from their high balconies, their faces calm, their robes rich and dry. For them, the rain is a distant sound, a quiet song that speaks of peasant struggles far below. But even they are not untouched. For in the rain's quiet fury, they see a reflection of their own lives' power balanced upon the edge of chaos, beauty teetering upon the brink of destruction, the twilight of autumn. But the rain too must end. As the summer fades, the days grow short, and a quiet chill returns to the air. The forests turn to gold, to crimson, to rust, their leaves a final burst of beauty before the silence of winter. Beneath the spreading boughs, the ground is a carpet of fallen leaves, each step a whisper, each breath a reminder that all things must end. In the villages, the harvest is gathered, the fields are stripped bare, the grains stored away against the coming cold. The farmers smile, their hands worn but steady, their hearts filled with quiet pride. Yet even in this moment of peace, there is a sadness, a knowledge that winter waits beyond the golden leaves, that the warmth of the sun is fading, that the world is dying, even as it burns with color. In the samurai estates, the gardens are a sea of red and gold, the quiet ponds filled with the reflection of falling leaves. The warriors stand beneath the trees, their faces calm, their thoughts distant. For them, autumn is a reminder of their own lives of honor that fades like the crimson leaves, of strength that withers, of beauty that is always slipping away. And as the sun sinks lower in the sky, the wind whispers through the branches, a quiet sigh that stirs the leaves, that lifts them in one final dance. The world is a painting of color and shadow, a moment of beauty that cannot last, but even as the leaves fall, even as the light fades, there is a promise in the wind. For just as spring follows winter, so too does life follow death, and beauty is never truly lost. Beneath the fallen leaves, the earth waits, silent and still, dreaming of blossoms yet to come. Chapter 9. Shadows of the Market. In the crowded, winding streets of feudal Japan's bustling markets, a world of quiet contradictions unfolds. Beneath the bright awnings and colorful silks, where merchants arrange their wares with delicate precision, there is a whispered shame, a quiet truth hidden beneath the clinking of coins. For in a world where honor is measured by sword and sweat, where the samurai walk with silent pride and the peasants toil beneath the sun, the merchant's wealth is a quiet stain. They are men and women who measure their lives not by honor or courage, but by the weight of silver, by the soft rustle of paper money exchanged in secret. In the morning light, they smile, their faces calm and respectful, their voices smooth and practiced. But beneath the polite words, beneath the respectful bows, there is a tension, a quiet shame that lingers like the scent of incense. For the merchants, wealth is a double-edged sword. They may fill their chests with coins, they may own silks as fine as any lord's, but in the eyes of society, they remain beneath even the humblest farmer, the peasant who digs in the fields, who labors beneath the burning sun, is seen as honorable, his work honest, his suffering pure. But the merchant who profits from the labor of others, who trades goods he did not craft, is a shadow, a necessary stain upon the rigid fabric of society, and so they walk softly, their footsteps quiet upon the bustling streets, their wealth counted in silence, their eyes always watching. They are the masters of subtlety, of quiet smiles and whispered deals. Each coin that passes through their hands is a silent confession, a reminder that even as they grow rich, they remain poor in honor, yet they endure. For in the darkness of their shops, behind the curtains that hide their counting tables, they are kings. Here, in the whispered shadows of the market, they are powerful, their wealth a quiet fortress built upon silent shame, silken lies and silent deals. But the market is not just a place of buying and selling, it is a dance, a whispered game of shadows where truth is a precious coin rarely spent. Beneath the bright colors and polite smiles, beneath the perfume of incense and the sweet scent of roasted chestnuts, merchants engage in a quiet ballet of deception. A smile can be a weapon. A bow can be a shield. The merchant who bows too deeply may hide a dagger behind his words, while the one who smiles too brightly may have already calculated the loss he will pass on to his customer. Here, in the crowded alleys, deals are made with a whisper, prices change with a glance, and trust is a thin thread that can be snapped with a breath. Beneath the silken curtains of their stalls, merchants trade secrets as easily as they trade spices. A whispered rumor of a rice shortage can turn a fortune in a single day. A quiet nod from a rival can be the promise of a silent alliance or a subtle threat. And beneath it all, there is a quiet understanding, a code of shadows, where lies are not just expected but respected, where deception is a craft as delicate as the finest silk. But even in this world of shadows, there is an art to survival. The wise merchant learns to speak without speaking, to smile without smiling, to promise without ever truly promising. For here, words are not just sounds, they are blades, sharp and silent, and even a whisper can leave a scar. Yet even in the dance of deception, there is a beauty. The way a merchant's smile can hide a quiet betrayal, the way a whispered promise can become a whispered threat. In the market, nothing is ever what it seems, and even the brightest silk can hide a shadow, the forbidden wealth. But for all their whispered power, for all their silent fortunes, the merchants of feudal Japan are forever trapped beneath a shadow. They cannot escape. Their wealth is a forbidden fruit, a quiet scandal, a secret they must carry with bowed heads and humble smiles. For even the richest merchant, with his fine robes and his silken curtains, is nothing before the lowest samurai. A merchant may own 1,000 coins, but a samurai's blade is worth more than gold. A merchant's mansion may be grand, his servants countless, but a single bow from a samurai can turn his fortune to dust. And so they walk in shadows, their wealth a quiet burden. Even as they count their coins in the darkness of their shops, even as they whisper of profits and losses, they do so with bowed heads, with quiet voices, their eyes always watching the path for the armored footsteps of the samurai Datio boast of. Wealth is to invite shame. To display pride is to invite ruin. A merchant must be humble, his wealth hidden beneath the silk of his robes, his power a quiet shadow cast upon the ground. Even in their homes, where the walls are lined with tapestries and the floors polished to a mirror's shine, they walk quietly, their voices soft, their laughter a careful whisper. For the merchant, wealth is not a blessing, but a quiet curse. A reminder that even the greatest fortune cannot buy honor, that even the richest man is a shadow in the eyes of the warrior cast, yet they endure. For even in the shadows they thrive. Even in shame they prosper. And in the quiet darkness of their counting rooms they smile, their hands heavy with silver, their hearts quiet but unbroken, the ghosts of silver. But not all merchants are fortunate. Beneath the silken canopies, beyond the crowded stalls, there are shadows, a world of quiet whispers and hidden deals, where fortunes are made and lost in a heartbeat. These are the ghosts of the market, the quiet traders who walk unseen, their wealth a whispered secret, their names a fading memory. They are the moneylenders, the smugglers, the traders who deal in secrets rather than silk. They speak in quiet voices, their faces hidden in the shadows of their stalls, their hands quick and careful. For them, silver is not just wealth, it is survival, a promise that can vanish as easily as the mist dot in the narrow alleys, where the sunlight never quite reaches. These ghosts whisper of fortunes lost in a single gamble, of debts that can never be repaid, of promises written in silver, but erased in silence. They are the shadows that linger at the edge of the market, the quiet hands that count the coins no one else will touch, but even for them, there is a quiet honor code of shadows, a whispered promise that even in darkness, there is a loyalty. A debt must be repaid, a promise must be kept, even if the price is silence, even if the cost is ruin. And as the sun sets over the bustling market, as the bright silks are folded away and the lamps are lit, the ghosts of silver linger there, shadows stretching across the darkened streets. They are the whispers that never fade, the secrets that are never spoken, the silent hearts of a world where even silver can turn to dust. But in the quiet darkness, they endure shadows upon shadows, whispers upon whispers, their wealth a fleeting dream, their lives a quiet dance between light and darkness. Chapter 10. The Mask of Grace. In the soft glow of the morning light, as the mist rises gently over the mountains, there is a silence that drapes itself over the women of feudal Japan, like a delicate veil. They sit quietly, their faces serene, their eyes lowered, their movements graceful but measured. The world expects them to be like the fan they carry, beautiful, delicate, but easily folded away. To be a woman here is to be a master of silence. They are taught from childhood to smile without smiling, to speak without speaking, to bow without bending. Their beauty is a quiet burden, a gift that must never be flaunted, a blossom that must never bloom too brightly. Beneath the layers of silk that adorn them, beneath the painted faces that mask their thoughts, they are quiet rivers, flowing but never overflowing. The fan in their hands is not just an accessory, it is a shield, a whisper, a mask. With a gentle flick, they can hide a smile or disguise a tear. With a subtle wave, they can signal modesty or feigned indifference. But the fan also conceals their silence, the words they wish to speak, but cannot, the dreams they must bury beneath the weight of expectations. When they speak, their voices are soft, their words carefully chosen, each phrase a delicate thread, woven into the fabric of duty. A compliment must be modest, a laugh must be quiet, a question must never be direct. To be bold is to invite shame, to be too clever is to risk scorn. And so they live, masters of a delicate dance, where each step is measured, each word is a whisper, each breath is a sigh. Yet beneath this mask of grace, there are eyes that watch, hearts that feel, souls that long for more. But their desires are pressed beneath the silken folds of their robes, their voices lost behind the gentle flutter of the fan. They are flowers that bloom in shadows, their beauty seen but never touched, their hearts whispered but never heard. The scroll and the needle, but a woman's life in feudal Japan, is not just a silent dance, it is a quiet art, a discipline written in ink and thread. From a young age, they are taught to weave beauty into silence, to stitch grace into obedience. Their hands may be delicate, but they are never idle. In the shaded corners of quiet rooms, they sit with their needles, each stitch a whispered promise, each thread a silent prayer. Embroidery is not just a skill, it is a language, a poetry written without words. A crane stitched in flight is a wish for freedom. A cherry blossom in bloom is a dream of beauty that will soon fade. Beneath the surface of each silken cloth lies a world of whispered dreams, but their education does not end with the needle. They are taught to read and write, though their words are meant to be soft, their thoughts delicate, like petals scattered by the wind. The poems they compose are never bold, never fierce. They write of moonlit nights and quiet rivers, of flowers that bloom and wither. Each verse is a quiet sigh, a song that must be heard, but never sung aloud. To be clever is a gift, but one that must be hidden. A woman may be wise, but her wisdom must be veiled behind a gentle smile. A woman may be strong, but her strength must be a quiet patience, a silent endurance. And so they live, writing their lives in ink and silk, their voices a gentle breeze that stirs but never shakes. Yet even in this quiet art, there is a quiet rebellion. In the hidden lines of a poem, in the delicate pattern of a kimono, there are secrets, dreams that cannot be spoken, hopes that cannot be shown. For beneath the silence of the fan, beneath the grace of the needle, there are hearts that beat, voices that whisper, souls that dream, the marriage contract, but all the beauty, all the grace, all the quiet skills they are taught lead to a single moment, the marriage contract. A promise written not in words of love, but in terms of duty. For in feudal Japan, marriage is not a union of hearts, but a quiet transaction, an agreement where love is a luxury few can afford. Daughters are not born. They are grown like flowers in a garden, their beauty carefully tended, their silence carefully nurtured. They are whispered promises, waiting to be exchanged like scrolls, their worth measured not by their dreams, but by their obedience, their grace, their quietness. When the marriage contract is signed, it is not the couple who speak, but the families who negotiate. Her father bows, her mother smiles, her future husband nods politely. And she, beneath her painted face, beneath the heavy robes that weigh upon her shoulders, stands silent, her voice drowned beneath the whispered promises of duty. Love is not promised. Happiness is not expected. A wife is a quiet shadow, a silent mirror that must reflect the honor of her husband, the respect of his family. Her smiles are not her own. Her laughter is a gentle echo, her sorrow a quiet tear that must never be seen. And yet, even in this quiet prison, there are whispers of longing. In the shadowed corners of her mind, in the silence of her lonely nights, she dreams of laughter that is not restrained, of words that are not whispered, of love that is not measured by duty. But these dreams are shadows, delicate blossoms, that fade beneath the harsh light of reality, yet she endures. For even in silence there is strength. Even in obedience there is a quiet defiance. For she is a flower that bends but does not break, a shadow that whispers but never disappears, the hidden garden but beneath the silence, beyond the walls of duty, there is a hidden garden, a secret world where women gather, where laughter is whispered but real, where dreams are shared in quiet smiles. In the shaded courtyards, among the blossoms that bloom in quiet beauty, they find a fragile freedom. Here, they speak without fear, their words a gentle breeze that stirs the leaves. Here, they laugh without restraint, their joy a soft ripple upon the quiet pond. Beneath the petals of the cherry blossoms, beneath the cool shade of the bamboo, they are not daughters or wives, but simply souls who dream, who long, who feel. They speak of poems they have written but never shared, of stories they have heard but never told. They whisper of the stars they cannot touch, of the mountains they cannot climb, of the songs they cannot sing. In this hidden garden, they are more than shadows, they are whispers of light, echoes of dreams, and even as the sun sets, even as the shadows grow long, they linger, their laughter soft but real, their voices gentle but free. For in this quiet corner of the world, they are not masks of grace, they are simply women with hearts that beat, with souls that sing. But as the sky darkens, as the moon rises in quiet splendor, they must return to the silence of the fan, to the prison of duty, to the shadows of obedience. Yet they carry this garden with them, a quiet flame that flickers but never fades, for beneath the silken masks, beneath the whispered smiles, they are more than they appear. They are rivers that flow beneath the earth, flowers that bloom in shadows, stars that shine even when unseen, and so they endure, silent but strong, graceful but unbroken, the quiet hearts of feudal Japan. Chapter 11. The Curse of the Blade. In the hushed morning mist, where the sunlight is a pale whisper gliding over the quiet rooftops, the shadow of the samurai's blade stretches far and silent. For the samurai, the sword is more than steel. It is a promise, a quiet whisper of death that never sleeps. Strapped to their side, it is a constant companion, a silent reminder of honor, duty, and death. Each step they take is a measured dance, each word a carefully chosen thread in a delicate web. For the samurai, even a glance can become a challenge, even a silence can be an insult. Their world is a narrow bridge, suspended over an abyss of disgrace, where a single misstep can bring shame, and shame is a wound that cannot heal. The blade they carry is both a shield and a curse. It grants them respect, but demands a price. To wield it is to walk in shadow, to speak with the weight of death in every word. Even in peace, they are warriors, their silence a sharper edge than their steel. In the tea houses, they sit with a quiet stillness, their eyes watching, their hands resting upon the silent promise at their side. In the grand halls, they bow with grace, but their thoughts are measured, their honor ever vigilant. But it is not just the blade that casts a shadow. It is the code Bushido, the way of the warrior, a silent law that speaks in whispers, a sacred promise that must never be broken. To live without honor is to die without purpose. And so they guard, their pride like a treasure, their silence like a weapon. The sword is an extension of their soul, and to lose it is to lose everything. Yet even as they stand tall, even as they wear their pride like armor, there is a quiet fear that lingers, the fear of a whispered disgrace, a silent shame that can grow like a shadow, dark and endless, the ritual of seppuku. But for the samurai, death is not always an enemy. Sometimes it is a friend, a final act of honor, a whispered promise fulfilled. In the quiet gardens, beneath the cherry blossoms that fall like whispered tears, there is a place where shame is washed away in silence and steel. This is the ritual of seppuku, when a samurai fails in duty, when honor is stained and pride is broken. Death is not a punishment, it is a redemption. With the blade resting before them, they kneel, their hands steady, their breath calm. There are no shouts, no cries, only the quiet rustle of leaves and the whispered prayers of the witnesses. The blade is drawn, the sharp edge glinting in the pale light, and with a single, swift motion, they embrace the silence. It is a final dance, a quiet conversation between the soul and the steel. For the samurai, this is not a defeat, but a final victory, a choice to die with honor rather than live in shame. The blood stains the earth like falling petals, a red blossom that blooms and fades in a breath. And when the sword of the second cuts through the silence, there is peace, a quiet, solemn peace that wraps around the soul like a whispered farewell. But seppuku is not just a ritual, it is a reminder, a shadow that falls upon every samurai, a silent promise that must never be forgotten. To live is to serve with honor, to die is to preserve it. In this quiet acceptance, there is a strength, a courage that whispers even in the face of death, the unseen wounds, but not all wounds are marked by blood. Some are whispered scars that linger in the shadows of the soul, hidden beneath silence and pride. The samurai may fight with steel, but the sharpest blades are often words, and the deepest wounds are those that are never seen. To be insulted is to bleed without bleeding. A careless word, a whispered accusation, a silent look of disdain. These are the arrows that pierce without leaving a mark. For the samurai, honor is a fragile mirror, a delicate glass that can shatter with a single whisper. And when shame is whispered but not spoken, it is a shadow that cannot be faced. Some samurai bear these invisible wounds with silence, their pride unbroken but their souls bleeding. They stand tall, their hands steady upon the sword, their faces calm, but beneath the mask of grace, there is a quiet pain that never fades. It is a scar that is not seen but always felt, a whisper that cannot be silenced. In the quiet halls, where the soft light dances upon the painted screens, there are whispers, whispers of betrayal, whispers of dishonor, whispers of failure. And for the samurai, these whispers are blades, cutting deeper than steel, leaving wounds that can never heal. Yet even in this quiet suffering, there is pride. To endure in silence is a strength. To suffer without complaint is an honor. But in the darkness of the night, beneath the quiet stars, even the proudest warrior is but a soul, wounded and weary, searching for a whisper of peace, the legacy of silence. But the greatest shadow that falls upon the samurai is not death, but dishonor. For a samurai, death is a promise, but dishonor is a curse, a silent shame that can haunt generations. It is a whisper that lingers in the quiet halls, a shadow that never fades. When a samurai falls in shame, it is not just his own soul that is stained, it is his family, his name, his legacy. A single whispered disgrace can become a silent storm that echoes through the generations, a shadow that falls upon sons and grandsons, a wound that time cannot heal. In the quiet villages, the children of the disgraced walk with bowed heads, their names spoken in whispers, their dreams shadowed by a shame they did not earn. The daughters are married in silence, their beauty veiled beneath the weight of whispered dishonor. The family crest, once a symbol of pride, becomes a mark of shame, a whispered reminder of a promise broken. And yet, even in this darkness, there is a quiet strength, for in the shadow of disgrace, there is a chance for redemption. Sons can rise, daughters can shine, and even in the quiet corners of shame, there is a light that cannot be silenced. For honor is not just a name, it is a promise, a quiet strength that can never be truly broken. In the end, the curse of the blade is not the promise of death, it is the shadow of shame, the silent whisper of disgrace that lingers in the soul. But even in this darkness, there is a quiet courage, the courage to endure, the courage to rise, the courage to whisper, even in silence, I am more than my shame, and beneath the shadow of the blade, beneath the whispered shame, there is a soul that cannot be silenced, a quiet whisper of pride that lingers, even in the darkness. Chapter 12. The lanterns of the night. In the stillness of the night, the world becomes a quiet canvas of shadows and whispered light. Beneath the wide, star-filled sky of feudal Japan, Lanterns sway gently in the cool breeze, their soft amber glow flickering like fireflies trapped in paper cages. Each lantern is a tiny sun, a fragile promise of warmth and safety against the darkness that presses at the edges of the village. The soft paper of the lanterns rustles, painted with delicate patterns of cranes and blossoms, symbols of hope dancing in the wind. These lanterns are not just lights. They are guardians, silent watchers that line the quiet streets, hanging from the eaves of humble huts and grand manor gates alike. They cast warm halos upon the worn paths, where the pebbles shine. Like silver under their glow dot in this tender light, the village breathes gently. Children peep out from behind wooden shutters, their eyes wide with quiet wonder, their whispered laughter carried away by the night wind. Elderly men sit beneath the lanterns, their wrinkled faces touched by the soft glow, their stories murmured, like ancient prayers. For the young lovers who steal secret moments beneath the swaying light, each flicker is a promise, each shadow a hidden embrace. Yet, even as the lanterns cast their warmth, there is a quiet reminder of darkness. Beyond their gentle light, the world is a sea of shadows, a silent, endless unknown. And in this darkness, the lanterns do not banish the night. They only soften it. They are whispers of hope, tiny beacons that say, even here, even now. You are not alone, but the night is not just a place of peace. It is a place of whispers where even the bravest hesitate. And even the warmest light can cast the longest shadows. The watchers of the night as the village sleeps. Another world awakens, a world of whispered vigilance and silent fears. The samurai, with their sharp eyes and silent steps, walk the dark paths, their shadows stretching long beneath the swaying lanterns. Their hands rest lightly on the hilts of their blades, and though their faces are calm, their hearts beat with a quiet, steady readiness, for in the darkness, danger is a whisper away. The thick forests beyond the village are shadows upon shadows, their twisted branches clawing at the silver sky. Thieves hide beneath the cloak of night, their footsteps softened by the cool earth, their eyes watching the flickering light of distant lanterns. The quiet fields, so peaceful by day, become seas of rustling whispers, where the wind is a ghost that sighs among the swaying grasses. Even within the village walls, the night has its secrets. Husbands speak in low voices, their faces shadowed by the flickering light. Old women whisper prayers before small altars, their trembling fingers tracing the worn beads of rosaries. And the samurai, even the bravest of them, sleep with one eye open, their blades never far from their grasped dot in the grand manors. The lords and their families rest beneath thick silken blankets, but the guards outside stand silent there, shadows blending with the night. For them, sleep is a distant dream. Their eyes scan the darkness, their ears catching the faintest rustle, the softest sigh. To guard is to live in constant silence, a quiet watchfulness that never fades, but even. The watchers of the night are not without fear. For in the stillness, in the darkness, there is always something unseen, something whispered, something that even the sharpest blade cannot touch. Moonlight and murmurs the moon rises high, a silver lantern hung in the vast, endless sky. Its light spills over the village, painting the world in quiet shades of silver and shadow. The rooftops glimmer like dark waves touched by moonlight, and the narrow paths shine with a pale, ghostly glow dot in the quiet stillness. Secrets drift like mist. The trees murmur as the wind brushes their leaves, and the tall grasses sway in silent dances. In the courtyards, where the soft light of the moon spills over the delicate petals of chrysanthemums. Shadows dance like whispered dreams. The villagers speak in murmurs, their voices hushed, their words carried away on the cool breeze. Lovers share quiet promises beneath the silver sky, their fingers entwined, their hearts whispering louder than their voices. Old men sit beneath the moonlight, their hands wrapped around warm cups of tea, their laughter a gentle hum lost in the night. But beneath this soft silver glow, there are other whispers. The wind carries stories of betrayal, of love lost, of secrets kept and promises broken. In the grand halls of the daimyo, where the paper walls glow like pale lanterns beneath the moonlight, servants whisper of forbidden loves and silent rivalries. Beneath the polished floors, shadows stretch, hiding silent ambitions and quiet fears. The moon watches over it all, a silent witness to every whispered promise, every hidden tear. It is a light that reveals but does not judge, a silver gaze that touches all but holds no warmth. And as it drifts across the sky, the village is a world of silver and shadow, a quiet place where secrets dance in the darkness and whispers become the silent echoes of the soul. The last light bud as the night fades, so too do the lanterns. One by one, their soft glow dims, their warm light swallowed by the encroaching gray of dawn. The village breathes a quiet sigh, the soft hum of whispers fading as the first light of morning spills over the distant mountains. The samurai who have watched the night in silent vigil sheath their blades, their faces touched by the pale light of dawn. The guards outside the manor gates step back, their eyes heavy with the quiet weight of sleeplessness. And the villagers who have murmured their stories in the moonlit courtyards slip back into their homes, their dreams painted with silver. And shadow, the lanterns sway gently in the morning breeze, their paper walls now pale and silent, their light a distant memory. The flowers beneath the moon's silver glow now bow beneath the soft touch of morning dew, their petals glistening like tiny tears. But even as the lanterns darken, even as the shadows melt away, their silent warmth remains. For the light of the lanterns is not just a glow in the darkness, it is a promise, a whispered comfort that even in the deepest night, there is warmth, there is light, there is hope. And as the village stirs awake, as the quiet whispers of the night are replaced by the gentle hum of morning, there is a quiet truth that lingers, that even in the darkest hours, there is always a light, even if it is just a soft, silent glow beneath the paper walls of a lantern. The lanterns are dark now, their light gone, but their promise remains. A whisper of warmth, a memory of light, a quiet comfort that even the longest night must end. Chapter 13. The Dance of Silence in the Quiet Courtyards of Feudal Japan. A simple gesture could decide a man's fate. The bow, a symbol of respect, of humility, and of submission, was more than just a greeting. It was a silent duel, where the depth of one's bow could whisper of loyalty or scream of insult. A shallow bow, barely bending the waist, could be a challenge. A deep, lingering bow could be an apology, a plea, or even a silent surrender. Samurai stood beneath the swaying cherry blossoms, their faces calm, but their eyes sharp, watching every movement, every tilt of the head. In these quiet encounters where words were few, the body spoke louder than any voice. The higher the rank, the deeper the bow. But even among equals, a slight hesitation, a flicker of pride in the eyes, could become a wound that bled in silence. Young men, barely out of boyhood, were taught this silent dance of respect. Their teachers were stern, their eyes cold. They would make the boys bow until their backs ached, correcting every angle, every pause. "Do not look up," the elders would murmur, their voices like falling leaves. Respect is shown in humility. Arrogance is a sword without a sheath, but even among the warriors, where steel and skill decided life and death, the bow was a blade of its own. A samurai could draw his sword with a single fluid motion, and a poorly given bow could be the spark that lit the flame of a duel. To bow without sincerity was to invite danger. To bow too deeply was to offer weakness in the grand halls of the daimyo, where the scent of incense drifted through the cool air. Noble lords greeted each other with slow, measured bows. Beneath their fine silks, their hearts were shields, and their smiles were masks. For in this silent dance, power was a whisper, and a well-timed bow could open doors or seal fates, the unspoken insults, but the bow was only one step in the silent dance. Far sharper than any sword were the unspoken insults that floated through the air, hidden beneath polite words and gentle smiles. Silence itself became a weapon, a quiet refusal to acknowledge an enemy's presence, a whisper that spoke louder than any shout. The samurai knew this dance well. A slight tilt of the head, a pause before speaking, these were blades, drawn without sound. A nobleman might praise his rival's skill, but his smile would be a mask, and his words would cut like glass. "Your son is as brave as his father." He might say, the words sweet as spring water, but his eyes would flicker with quiet scorn. For the father was a coward, and all knew it, even the women, with their gentle smiles and quiet laughter, were masters of this hidden duel. In the shaded gardens, where they walked in groups, their voices soft as the rustle of leaves, they would exchange pleasantries that were anything but kind. "Your kimono is so lovely, such simple, honest fabric," one might say, her eyes lingering on the plain weave. "I admire your humility." In the tea houses where merchants and traders gathered, the insults were quieter but no less sharp. A glance, a sigh, a polite smile, all were weapons. A merchant who bowed too deeply was seen as desperate. One who did not bow enough was arrogant. Silence could mean respect or disdain, but the greatest insults were the ones that were never spoken. The slow turning away of a face, the quiet refusal to meet another's eyes. These were the shadows of the dance, the darkness beneath the petals of the cherry blossoms. For in this world, where words were blades and silence was a shield, the unspoken was the most dangerous of all. The weight of words, every word was a weight, every sentence a gamble. In the world of feudal Japan, where honor was a blade sharper than steel, even a compliment could become a trap. To praise a man's skill too highly could imply that he was boastful. To offer condolences could hint at his weakness. Words were not just sounds, they were threads, delicate and dangerous. At the grand feasts, where the lords sat in their silken robes, their faces calm beneath the glow of lanterns, conversation was a dance of caution. A host might compliment a guest's wisdom, but his eyes would linger a moment too long. Was it a genuine praise or a silent mockery? A warrior might praise his rival's bravery, but his tone might soften, just slightly, as though speaking to a reckless child. Young men were taught this art of speech alongside their lessons in swordplay. They were taught to speak without speaking, to praise without revealing envy, to criticize without drawing blood. Their masters would test them. With questions, their faces calm, their eyes sharp. "Tell me of your comrade's skill," a master might say. And the boy would answer, his voice soft, his words like falling leaves, each one chosen with care. But even among the common people, where life was quieter, the weight of words could not be escaped. A farmer's praise for his neighbor's harvest might carry a hint of jealousy. A wife's soft words to her husband might hide a quiet sadness. In the bustling markets, where merchants called out their wares, even a simple greeting could become a negotiation. A whisper of profit or loss to speak was to dance, to choose each word like a step upon thin ice. And to remain silent was to wield the blade of its own, the unseen spectators. But the most dangerous part of this dance was that it was never truly private. In feudal Japan, even the walls had eyes, and the shadows had ears. Servants who moved silently in the grand halls heard whispered secrets. Courtiers who bowed in quiet humility saw the flickers of jealousy behind soft smiles. Even in the quietest gardens, where the wind whispered among the flowers, there were eyes always watching. In the grand manner of a powerful lord, where silk screens painted with delicate cranes divided the rooms, whispers were currency. A quiet murmur between two servants could become a rumor that spread like wildfire. A misplaced smile, a silent glare, these were notes in a melody of whispers that echoed through the halls. But even in the simplest villages, the dance was not hidden. The elderly women who sat by the wells, their hands busy with needlework, saw the glances exchanged between young lovers. The old men who rested beneath the cherry trees listened to the quiet arguments whispered behind closed doors. Even the children who played beneath the lanterns heard the stories carried on the wind, and for the samurai, the watchers were everywhere. The quiet monks who swept the temple steps saw the tension in a warrior's bowed head. The merchants, who bowed with humble smiles, heard the sharpness in polite greetings. And the silent mountains, their peaks touched by clouds, watched over it all, ancient and indifferent. This was the true dance of silence, a world where even the quietest whisper could become a storm, where even the smallest gesture could become a blade. For in feudal Japan, honor was not just a word. It was a shadow, a whisper, a dance that never truly ended. And in this dance, even the shadows were never truly silent. Chapter 14, The Burden of Purity. Dawn breaks over the quiet village, a soft glow of pale light touching the misty hills. Beneath the silent sky, the villagers awaken, but their morning is not greeted by warmth. It is met by the icy grip of frigid water, a chilling ritual that seeps into their bones and steals the breath from their lips. The water, clear and cold, waits in stone basins, smooth and silent, reflecting the gray sky above. For these villagers, this is not just a task, it is a ritual, a quiet submission to the sacred cold. Men and women kneel beside the basins, their fingers trembling as they dip their hands into the biting water. Their faces are calm, their breath slow, but beneath their steady exteriors, the cold gnaws at them like invisible teeth. A mother whispers a soft prayer, her breath misting. In the crisp air, an old man bows his head, the water slipping down his wrinkled cheeks like silver tears. Even the children, who shiver and bite their lips, learn to keep silent. For in this moment, silence is as sacred as the water itself. The water is not just for the body, it is a mirror for the soul. As the villagers wash their faces, they wash away the sins of yesterday, the quiet angers, the hidden shames. Each drop that falls carries a whispered prayer, each splash a whispered plea. May this water cleanse me, they whisper, their words caught on the wind. May I be pure in body and spirit, but even as the icy touch fades, the chill remains within, a reminder that even the purest soul is never truly clean. For the samurai, this ritual is no different. Beneath the grand eaves of their manners, they too bow before the water. But their stillness is sharper, their faces unreadable. To show discomfort would be to show weakness. They dip their hands, their faces, their swords, the blades that must always be pure, free of the stains of dishonor. But beneath the calm surface, even they feel the bite of the cold, a reminder that the path of honor is as sharp and merciless as the winter air, the sacred soil. But even as they wash, even as the water carries away the dust of sleep, there is another purity, one that cannot be cleansed. For the peasants who labor beneath the vast sky, purity is found not in water, but in the sacred soil. Their hands, calloused and cracked, are stained with the earth, their feet thick with the mud of the fields. But this mud is not shame, it is a blessing, a quiet mark of honor given by the land itself. From the first light of dawn to the last whisper of twilight, the peasants bend beneath the sky, their bodies swaying with the rhythm of the wind. Each grain of rice they plant, each stalk they harvest, is a whispered prayer, a silent offering. Sweat runs down their faces, glittering like dew beneath the sun. But they do not brush it away, for each drop is a sacrifice, a quiet promise to the land that gives them life. And in the rainy season, when the sky opens like a great gray sea, the fields become a mirror, the sky rippling in the muddy waters. The peasants work with their legs half submerged, their reflections dancing beneath them, ghostly and silent. Yet they do not complain. The mud is not a curse, it is a blessing. It feeds their children, it builds their homes, it is the silent promise of life. But even as they work, they are careful. For even the sacred soil can become a stain. When the day ends, they wash their feet at the village wells, scrubbing away the mud, watching it swirl and vanish beneath the cold water. To enter the home unclean is to bring shame. To eat with dirty hands is to invite misfortune. Purity is not just a ritual, it is a promise, the hidden stainspit for the ETA, the outcasts who live on the edges of the village. Purity is a cruel joke. They too cleanse themselves in the icy waters, but no amount of scrubbing can wash away the stain they carry. Their work is sacred, yet they are shunned. They are the ones who touch death, the butchers, the tanners, the handlers of the dead. Their hands are always clean, but their souls, the village whispers, are forever stained. In the quiet mornings, as the mist rolls across the fields, the ETA walk in silence. They are not greeted with smiles, not welcomed with kind words. Even the children know to avoid them, their parents' warnings whispered like curses. Yet without the ETA, the village would crumble. They carve the meat, they clean the carcasses, they prepare the dead for the final rest. Their hands are the silent guardians of life and death. Their homes are set apart, a quiet cluster of shadowed huts where the mist clings like ghosts. Even the wind seems to whisper more softly here. When the ETA gather to wash, their faces are calm, their eyes quiet. They know that no amount of water can wash away the stain of their birth, the silent mark of impurity placed upon them by a world that needs them but denies them, a young girl her hands rough with the scars of her trade, looks into the clear water, her reflection rippling. She dips her hands, scrubbing them, watching the cold water trickle through her fingers. But she knows even if her hands are spotless, she will never be clean. For in this world, purity is a mask, a whisper, a lie wrapped in silk, the mask of purity. And then there are the samurai, the warriors whose lives are bound by honor, whose blades must shine without a single stain. But for them too, purity is a burden. Their armor is polished to a mirror's shine. Their robes are spotless. Their swords gleam like silver lightning. But beneath this flawless surface, they carry their own stains, the silent shame of dishonor, the whispered sins hidden beneath. Their calm faces, a samurai kneels before his lord, his head bowed, his armor gleaming like molten gold. His sword rests before him, a blade so pure that it catches the light like liquid moonlight. But his heart is heavy, his thoughts dark. He has failed, a promise broken, an enemy spared, a word misspoken. But his face is calm, his voice steady. For a samurai's purity is a mask, and to show doubt is to shatter it, even in the grand halls of the daimyo, where silk curtains sway like whispers and incense curls through the air. The samurai are statues of perfection. Their robes are unwrinkled, their faces serene. But beneath the calm surface, they hide their fears, their shame, their regrets. A single stain on their honor is a shadow that cannot be washed away, a ghost that clings to their souls. And when the night falls, when they kneel in the quiet darkness, they whisper their silent prayers. They wash their hands, their faces, their swords, but they know that no amount of water can cleanse the stains of the heart. Purity is a mask, a silent promise, a burden that even the strongest cannot escape, for in this world, even the purest, water cannot wash away the stains that hide beneath the skin. Chapter 15. A world of whispers. In the quiet, mist-laden alleys of feudal Japan, whispers travel like drifting smoke, unseen but never silent. Beneath the thatched roofs, behind paper-thin walls, and in the shaded corners of village squares, voices murmur like a soft wind that carries secrets, fears, and dreams. Here, the air is heavy with words never meant to be heard, yet they flow like rivers beneath the surface, twisting and turning, leaving ripples in their wake, old. Women sit on low wooden stools beneath the spreading branches of ancient trees, their eyes sharp and their voices low. They speak of distant relatives, of samurai who have fallen in disgrace, of merchants who have grown too rich too quickly. They weave tales of forbidden love and whispered betrayals, their voices blending like the rustle of leaves. Each story is a thread, and together they form a tapestry of quiet intrigue. A young boy lingers at the edge of the alley, his eyes wide, his breath silent. He listens, not daring to step closer, for to be seen is to be silenced. He learns of a farmer who once defied his lord, of a maid who fled in the night, her shadow never seen again. The whispers fill his ears like a soft, secret song, a lullaby, of lives he will never know but cannot forget. But these whispers are not without consequence. A careless word can bloom like poison. A single whispered accusation can turn a village against its own. Beneath the soft murmur of gossip, there is a quiet power, a power that can lift a life or shatter it. And in this world of whispers, even the truth becomes a ghost, drifting just beyond the reach of light. The silent observes beneath the tall, weathered trees of the village square. The elders gather. Their backs are bent with the weight of years, their hands gnarled like ancient roots, but their eyes are sharp, their gaze steady. They do not speak much, they do not need to, for they have watched the world turn, have seen the young stumble. Down paths they know too well, their silence is not emptiness. It is a well of wisdom, a quiet testament to lives lived and lessons learned. A young man, his shoulders proud, marches down the narrow path, a wooden sword clutched in his hand. The elders watch, and though they do not speak, their eyes whisper the truths he cannot yet see. They have watched boys like him rise and fall, their pride a flame that burns too brightly, too quickly. A young woman passes, her face hidden beneath a woven hat, her step soft as whispers. The elders see her too, her gaze cast downward, her hands hidden in her sleeves. They know her story before she speaks it, a heart caught between duty and desire, a promise whispered in the quiet shadows of twilight. They say nothing, but in their silence, she feels a gentle understanding, a soft embrace. The children laugh and play in the square, their voices light as petals on the breeze. The elders smile, but their smiles are tinged with a quiet sadness, for they know that the world is a circle, that the laughter of today will one day be a whispered memory. They have seen the seasons turn, have watched the flowers bloom and wither, have seen the young grow old, just as they once did, and so they sit, their silence a quiet wisdom, their gaze a gentle reminder that even the loudest voices will one day become whispers. The night's confessions as the sky darkens and the moon rises like a silver lantern. The village changes. By day, it is a world of work and whispers, but by night, it becomes a world of secrets. Beneath the pale light of the moon, shadows grow long, and the air is thick with the quiet weight of hidden thoughts. In the cool gardens, beneath the swaying branches of cherry trees, lovers meet in silence, their fingers brushing like whispers, their voices are low, their laughter soft as the wind. Promises are whispered beneath the silver leaves, vows that may wither with the dawn, but feel eternal beneath the moonlight. A young woman rests her head on a young man's shoulder, her eyes closed, her voice a soft murmur. Will you stay? She asks, but the silence is her answer, a gentle reminder that all things are fleeting dot in the shadowed corners of the shrine. The elders light incense, their prayers rising like smoke to the heavens. They bow, their hands pressed together. There, whispers too soft to be heard. They pray for their children, for their harvests, for their village. But they also whisper confessions, regrets they dare not speak in the daylight, sorrows they cannot share even with those they love. Beneath the eaves of a quiet home, a mother kneels beside her sleeping child. She whispers a lullaby, her voice, a soft thread of love and fear. Sleep, my little one, she murmurs, her hand brushing the child's hair. Dream of fields of flowers, of skies untouched by shadow. But even as she sings, her gaze drifts to the window, to the silver glow of the moon. For even in her love, there is fear, the fear of a world where even the brightest dreams can become whispers, the wisdom of silence. But in this world of whispers, there is a quiet wisdom, a soft understanding that not all words are meant to be spoken. Silence is not emptiness, it is a shield, a sanctuary, a quiet promise. The villagers know this. The samurai know this. Even the children learn it, their laughter fading into quiet smiles when the elders speak without speaking, a young boy, watches as his grandfather, his face lined with the rivers of time, nods slowly to the village headman. No words are spoken, but the message is clear. A promise has been made, a debt forgiven, a kindness repaid. In that quiet nod, there is a history, a story whispered without a single sound dot in the grand hall of the daimyo, where the air is thick. With incense and the silence is a weight, the samurai kneel, their faces calm, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords. They speak little, for in this world, a word is a blade, and silence is an armor. A single look, a slight bow, a whispered breath, these are the weapons of those who live by honor, even in the gardens, where the wind stirs the leaves like whispered secrets. The women of the village sit in quiet circles, their hands busy with needlework, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. They do not need to speak to know the weight of duty, the quiet burdens carried beneath the calm surface. They know that in a world where words can wound, silence is a kindness, and as the village sleeps beneath the silver glow of the moon, the whispers fade, the shadows soften. Silence settles like a soft blanket, a quiet promise that not all truths need to be spoken, that some secrets are safe in the stillness of the night, for in this world of whispers, silence is not emptiness. It is a gentle song, a soft protection, a quiet wisdom passed down through generations. Chapter 16, The Echoes of Honor. In the quiet villages of feudal Japan, honor is not just a word, it is a shadow, a silent weight carried by every family. It is a name, a legacy, an invisible burden that follows each person from birth to death. Beneath the tiled roofs of grand estates and the humble thatched huts of peasant homes, the family crest is more than a symbol. It is a whispered promise, a silent vow made to those who came before. On a gentle hillside, a samurai stands beneath a cherry tree, his gaze fixed on the rising sun. Embroidered on his kimono is the crest of his clan, a simple, elegant design. But to him, it is a mountain. Each thread is a story, each stroke a reminder of ancestors who lived and died by the code of honor. His father's stern voice echoes in his memory, each word a whispered command. Never stain the crest. Never bring shame upon your name. In the quiet of the village, a farmer's wife carefully folds a family banner, its faded colors a silent testament to a past filled with whispered struggles. Her husband tills the earth, his back bent beneath the sun, but even in his humble labor, there is pride. For his family name is his honor, a quiet badge that cannot be taken, but can be lost. Even the children, their faces smudged with dirt, know the weight of this unseen mark. The family crest is a silent judge, a witness to each action. A young woman watches her reflection in a still pond, her fingers tracing the delicate pattern. On her sleeve, her family's name is a song, a whispered promise of dignity and duty. She knows that even the smallest act, a smile, a word, a glance can bring honor or shame. But honor is a silent burden, a whispered weight. It cannot be touched, but it can be shattered. It cannot be seen, but it is always there, a shadow that never fades. The ancestors ice in the quiet stillness of ancestral halls. The air is thick with silence, yet it is not empty. Painted scrolls hang on the walls, their ancient ink whispering stories of those who came before. Beneath the steady gaze of long-gone elders, each step is measured, each word a soft echo in a world where the past is never truly gone. A young samurai kneels before the family shrine, his head bowed, his hands clasped. He feels the weight of 100 silent gazes, the whispered judgments of ancestors whose names he has memorized, but whose faces he has never seen. His sword rests beside him, its steel cold, but the warmth of expectation is a quiet fire that burns without light. To live in this world is to walk a narrow path, a bridge of whispers stretched between past and future. Each choice is a conversation with the dead. A merchant pauses before signing a contract, his pen hovering over the paper. In the quiet of his mind, he hears his grandfather's voice, a soft murmur warning of dishonor, of silver that tarnishes the soul. He hesitates, then writes his name, his heart heavy beneath the silent weight of invisible eyes. In the quiet gardens of a noble house, a young woman carefully arranges a tray of tea. Her grandmother's voice is a gentle whisper in her ear, a reminder that even the simplest gesture is a reflection of the family's dignity. She bows, her movements a silent dance, each step a tribute to those who have walked before, but the ancestors do not speak. They do not guide with gentle hands. They watch, their silent gaze a quiet pressure, a soft reminder that even the smallest whisper can echo across generations. The shame of disgrace in her is a fragile thing, like a delicate petal that can be crushed beneath a careless step. In feudal Japan, disgrace is not just a word, it is a shadow, a whisper that stains the air. For a family that loses honor, shame is a ghost that haunts the living, a soft, relentless whisper that cannot be silenced. A young man kneels in the shadow of a grand hall, his head bowed, his eyes fixed on the floor. His hands tremble, but his voice is steady. "I have failed," he whispers, his voice a soft thread that drifts into the silence. Around him, the elders watch, their faces calm, but their silence is a judgment sharper than any sword, for dishonor is a wound, but it is not a wound that bleeds. It is a quiet mark, a whisper that spreads through the village like smoke. A father looks away from his son, his face a mask of quiet shame. A mother weeps in silence, her tears a soft rain that never ends. The family crest, once a mark of pride, becomes a burden, a silent reminder of a name that has been tainted, but shame is not always a loud cry. It is a quiet shadow that lingers in whispered conversations, in the averted gaze of a neighbor, in the soft sigh of a friend who no longer speaks. It is a whisper that never fades, a ghost that walks beside those who have fallen, yet even in disgrace there is a quiet strength. For those who bear shame can choose to carry it, to turn their silent suffering into a whispered prayer, a promise to rise again. But the whisper of shame is never truly silent. It is always there, a soft echo that haunts the shadows, the redemption of silence. But even in a world of whispered shame, there is a path to redemption, a path that is not spoken, but walked. Silence becomes a sanctuary, a quiet promise of atonement. For in feudal Japan, words cannot heal disgrace. Only actions, silent and unseen, can restore what has been lost. A disgraced samurai walks beneath the soft light of the moon, his sword sheathed, his face calm, but his heart heavy. He has no need to speak. His silence is his vow. Beneath the cherry blossoms, he kneels, his head bowed, his sword laid before him. His whispered prayers rise like smoke, but his voice is steady. For his honor is not in words, but in the quiet promise of his actions. In the quiet fields, a farmer whose family name has been stained works in silence. His hands are rough, his back bent beneath the weight of labor, but he does not speak of shame. He does not defend himself, does not plead for understanding. His redemption is in each drop of sweat, in each whisper of the wind that dances through the golden fields. A woman whose family has fallen in disgrace quietly tends the village shrine. She sweeps the stones, her hands steady, her gaze calm. She does not speak of the shame that whispers in the village, does not defend her family's name. She does not need to. For in her silence, there is a quiet dignity, a whispered promise that even in the shadows, there is light. Redemption is a quiet song, a whispered prayer that needs no words. In a world where honor is a shadow and shame is a ghost, it is silence. That becomes a shield, a soft promise that even the darkest whispers can be silenced. Chapter 17. The Dance of Seasons in Feudal Japan. Spring is not just a season, it is a whispered promise, a gentle sigh of life awakening from the quiet slumber of winter. Beneath the soft light of a pale morning, the cherry trees bloom, their delicate petals unfolding like secrets whispered to the wind. Each flower is a breath, a brief burst of pink that dances in the soft breeze, only to fall like snowflakes made of blush and silk. Dot in the village, the air is filled with quiet. Joy. Children run beneath the trees, their laughter a soft murmur carried by the wind. Old men sit beneath the shade, their faces turned upward, their weary eyes watching the petals drift down like a gentle rain of memories. For them, each blossom is a reminder, a quiet echo of springs that have come and gone, each one a page in the silent story of their lives. A young woman walks along the quiet path by the river, her kimono a soft shade of blue that dances with each step. She pauses beneath a cherry tree, her hand reaching out to catch a falling petal. It lands on her palm, a delicate whisper of color that fades with a soft sigh. She smiles, but there is a sadness in her eyes. For in the beauty of spring, there is a quiet sorrow, a reminder that even the most perfect moments must fall. Dot in the fields, farmers work beneath the delicate pink rain, their hands dark with soil, but their hearts light with hope. Spring is a time of renewal, a gentle promise that even the harshest winter must end. But even as they plant the seeds of life, they know that the blossoms will soon wither, their beauty a fleeting whisper carried away on the wind. Spring is a gentle dance, a quiet poem written in petals and whispered breezes. It is a reminder that life is fragile, that beauty is a fleeting sigh, and that even the brightest blossoms must eventually fall. The silent heat of summer is spring's soft whispers fade. The world is bathed in the warm, silent embrace of summer. The fields swell with green, the rivers run slow and deep, and the cicadas sing their endless song, a soft, steady hum that seems to rise from the very air. Beneath the bright, unwavering sun, the village is a world of quiet stillness, where even the wind seems too tired to move. Dot in the rice fields, farmers bend beneath the weight of the sun, their bodies glistening with sweat. Each stroke of the sickle is a whispered promise of survival, each drop of sweat a quiet offering to the earth. The air is thick, heavy with the scent of damp soil and the slow, rhythmic murmur of labor. But there is no complaint, no sound beyond. The soft rustle of leaves and the steady hum of insects. Beneath the eaves of a quiet house, a young boy sits, his hand lazily tracing patterns in the dust. The heat is a soft weight that presses against his eyelids, a silent lullaby that drapes the world in a warm, dreamlike haze. In the distance, the river glistens beneath the golden light, a soft ribbon of silver that seems to shimmer with whispered secrets, even in the grand halls of the samurai. The heat is a silent guest. Warriors sit in the shadowed cool of their estates, their faces calm, but their bodies still, their armor set aside, their swords resting in quiet, peaceful slumber. Even the most disciplined blades must rest in the warm, silent dream of summer, but beneath the gentle stillness, there is a quiet tension. The air is thick, each breath a slow, whispered struggle. Even the trees stand motionless, their leaves hanging like tired hands. Summer is a silent dance, a slow, sweltering embrace where even the strongest must learn to bend. The soft flame of autumn as the heat of summer fades, the world is painted in whispers of red and gold. Autumn arrives like a soft sigh, a quiet flame that spreads across the mountains, the fields, and the quiet villages. The leaves flutter like whispered promises, their colors a final burst of beauty before the cold embrace of winter dot in the village. The air is filled with the scent of harvested rice, the fields a patchwork of golden stalks that whisper softly beneath the cool breeze. Farmers work with steady hands, their faces touched by the soft light of the setting sun. The sky is a canvas of warm amber, each cloud a soft brushstroke that fades into the endless horizon. Along the quiet paths that wind through the forest, the leaves dance in the wind, their colors a soft, fiery rain that covers the ground like a whispered carpet. Beneath the trees, a young woman gathers fallen leaves, her hands gentle, her heart light. For her, each leaf is a whispered poem, a soft memory of a summer that has passed, a promise of the quiet peace of winter dot in the mountains. The samurai stand beneath the fiery canopy, their swords resting in silence. The wind stirs their robes, the cool breeze a soft breath that whispers of change. Even the strongest warriors cannot escape the quiet, gentle decay of autumn. For in this season, even the mightiest trees must bow, their leaves falling like silent tears. Autumn is a soft flame, a gentle light that burns without pain. It is a quiet dance of color, a whispered promise that even the brightest moments must fade, but in their fading, they become memories soft, whispered echoes that linger like the scent of fallen leaves, the cold breath of winter. And then, as the colors of autumn fade, the world is wrapped in the soft, silent embrace of winter. Snow falls like whispered secrets, a quiet shroud that covers the fields, the forests, and the villages. The air is cold, each breath a soft plume of mist that fades into the silent gray sky dot in the village. The fields are empty, the earth hidden. Beneath a soft, white blanket, farmers huddle around quiet fires, their faces touched by the soft, orange glow. Children run through the snow, their laughter a bright whisper in the cold, silent air. But even their joy is wrapped in a gentle stillness, a quiet peace that falls like the snow itself beneath the eaves of a grand estate. A samurai stands, his sword sheathed, his breath a soft mist that fades in the quiet air. The world is silent, the mountains shrouded in mist, the sky a pale, endless gray. He watches the snow fall, each flake a whispered promise of quiet and stillness dot in the quiet forest. The trees stand like silent guardians, their branches heavy with snow. Beneath their shadow, a young woman walks, her kimono a soft, pale blue that blends with the world of white. Her footsteps leave gentle prints in the snow, a whispered trail that is quickly covered by the falling flakes. She pauses, her gaze lifting to the gray sky, a soft smile on her lips. Winter is a quiet breath, a whispered song that silences all things. It is a season of stillness, a soft lullaby that drapes the world in peace. But beneath the cold, beneath the soft snow, life waits a quiet whisper beneath the silence, for in the dance of seasons, there is a gentle promise. Spring will return, summer will bloom, autumn will burn, and winter will whisper. Each season is a breath, a soft sigh in the quiet, endless story of life. Chapter 18. The Veil of Shadows. In the mist-shrouded forests of feudal Japan, shadows move swiftly between the trees. They are not spirits or whispers of the wind, but couriers, silent messengers who carry secrets that could shift the balance of power, topple a clan, or save a life. Their faces are hidden beneath wide-brimmed hats, their eyes sharp, watching the winding paths that twist through the quiet woods. The morning mist clings to their robes, dampening their steps, each breath a soft plume of mist. They move without a word, their footsteps swallowed by the damp earth, their hands gripping thin scrolls sealed with crimson wax. Words that must never be spoken aloud, secrets that hang like whispered promises on thin, fragile paper. A young courier pauses by a moss-covered shrine, his eyes scanning the silent forest. He knows the path well, but in this world, even the familiar is a threat. His heart is steady, his pulse slow, for he has learned that fear is a whisper that can betray even the bravest. His hand touches the small Tonto knife at his waist, a promise of silence. Should he be caught, as the mist lifts, the world seems to awaken, but for the couriers, the shadows are their refuge. They race beneath the cover of the trees, slipping between the tall pines, crossing silent streams where the water murmurs like forgotten prayers. Villages pass by in a blur, rooftops hidden beneath the morning mist, and the couriers move on silent, unseen, their shadows whispering across the land. These messengers are not warriors, but their task is a quiet battle. For in the silence of the forest, a whispered word can be a weapon, a sealed scroll can be a death sentence, and the forest itself is a labyrinth of shadows where each step is a whispered gamble, the hidden blades beyond the quiet forests within the shadowed halls of grand castles. Another kind of silence reigns. The courtyards are serene, lanterns casting a soft amber glow across polished floors. But behind the delicate paper walls, beneath the gentle whispers of courtly greetings, alliances are forged and broken in the stillness. Samurai bow with perfect grace, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords, but their words are blades. A slight smile can be a promise, a glance can be a warning, and a compliment can hide the edge of betrayal. Lords and ladies move like shadows across the polished floors, their laughter soft, their words honeyed, but beneath the silk and serenity. The air is thick with quiet tension. In the shadowed alcoves, whispers are exchanged like fragile promises. A servant bows too deeply, and in that gesture, a scroll is passed. A lady's fan flutters, and a hidden message is revealed. Even the most trusted retainers are not immune. A cup of sake could be a quiet death, a whispered promise could be a lie wrapped in silk. By the moonlight, a young lord leans against the lacquered railing of a quiet veranda, his gaze drifting over the garden, bathed in silver light. He smiles at the delicate beauty of the night, but his mind is sharp. Each whispered breeze a reminder that even the quietest night can hide a silent blade. In this world of shadows, even silence is a weapon. Words are daggers, and the polite bow of a nobleman can be the prelude to a whispered betrayal. Those who survive learn to speak in silence, to see the shadows behind each smile, and to hear the whispers hidden in the quiet rustle of silk, the eyes in the darkness but beyond the courtiers. Beyond the whispered promises and the hidden blades, there is another world, a world where shadows truly come alive. In the quiet, moonlit forests, in the stillness of sleeping villages, they move like phantoms. They are the ninja, the silent. Watchers, the unseen blades that dance in the darkness. They are whispers given flesh, their faces hidden beneath dark hoods, their footsteps light as the falling mist. They are trained not just in the art of death, but in the art of silence, the quiet step, the breath that is never heard, the touch that is a whisper of steel. A young ninja perches on the tiled roof of a quiet manor, his eyes sharp beneath the shadow of his hood. He watches the flickering lanterns in the courtyard below, his gaze tracing the silent movements of the guards. His hands rest on the hilts of his twin blades, their edges wrapped in dark cloth to silence even the whisper of steel. For the ninja, shadows are allies, silence is a weapon, and the darkness is a second skin. They slip through the night like mist, their bodies moving with the quiet grace of a breeze. No name is spoken, no face is remembered. They are whispers that fade with the dawn, shadows that vanish with the light. But even for the ninja, silence is a burden. For each whispered mission, each quiet death is a shadow that lingers, a whisper that cannot be escaped. Beneath their dark hoods, behind their silent masks, they are not just shadows, they are souls, caught in the quiet dance of death and darkness, the cost of secrets. But in a world of shadows, secrets are a currency that must be paid with silence and with blood. For every whisper that is carried, for every silent betrayal that is sealed, there is a price. And in feudal Japan, the cost of secrets is a quiet, whispered pain. A young woman kneels beside a quiet stream, her reflection rippling beneath the soft moonlight. In her hands, she holds a sealed letter, the wax stamped with the crest of a powerful lord. Her eyes are calm, her face serene, but her heart is heavy. For she knows that the words within that letter could change the fate of a family or end a life. In the shadowed hall of a grand estate, an old retainer bows before his lord. His voice is calm, his words soft, but each sentence is a quiet blade. For he has carried secrets for a lifetime, whispered truths that have saved lives and whispered lies that have taken them. His loyalty is unquestioned, but his soul is a quiet, shadowed burden. Even the ninja, silent phantoms of the night, are not free from the weight of whispers. For each secret they carry, each silent blade they draw, is a whispered promise that cannot be undone. Beneath their masks, their eyes are dark with quiet sorrow, for in a world of shadows, even the strongest cannot escape the burden of silence. As the mist rises over the quiet village, as the lanterns sway in the soft breeze. The world of shadows is a dance without music, a silent play where each whispered word is a quiet wound, and each shadow hides a silent scar. In feudal Japan, shadows are not just darkness, they are whispers, secrets, and silent blades. And for those who dwell within them, silence is a burden that must be carried, a quiet promise that can never be broken. Chapter 19, The Tears of the Heavens. It begins as a whisper, a soft sigh across the rice fields, a gentle murmur in the leaves of the bamboo forest. The sky darkens, not with anger, but with a quiet promise, a promise that the heavens will soon weep. And then, one by one, The raindrops begin to fall, each drop a tiny kiss upon the earth, a whisper of life descending from the heavens. For the farmers, these drops are more than water. They are blessings, each droplet soaking into the dark soil, feeding the fragile shoots of rice that sway beneath the mist. The rain dances on the broad green leaves, trickles down the narrow paths, and gathers in quiet puddles that mirror the gray sky. It is a melody, a soft, rhythmic song that hums in the quiet fields, each note a promise of growth, but the villagers know that this gentle rain can be a silent betrayal. A soft drizzle can become a torrent, a quiet murmur can turn into a roar, and the whispered promise of life can become a threat. The rivers swell, their clear waters darkening, twisting with silt, rushing toward the villages with silent fury. Dada, an old farmer, watches the sky, his eyes calm but watchful. His hand rests on the rough wood of his hoe, but his thoughts are far, beyond the fields. He has seen this rain before, the gentle tears that become a silent flood, the whispered blessing that becomes a whispered curse. Yet he stands steady, a quiet figure beneath the soft, falling rain. The sky continues to weep, the fields drink deeply, and the world seems wrapped in a soft, misty shroud. In the quiet corners of the village, children reach out with small hands to catch the raindrops, laughing as the water pools in their palms. But their mothers call them back beneath the shelter of the thatched roofs, whispering quiet prayers to the gray sky, for in feudal Japan, rain is a whispered blessing, but also a silent threat. The thunders callen then, the silence shatters. A flash of light splits the sky, a silver blade that dances between the dark clouds. A heartbeat later, the world trembles with the voice of thunder deep, rumbling roar that rolls across the mountains, shaking the earth beneath the villagers' feet. The storm is not a whisper now. It is a voice, fierce and unrelenting. The wind rises, tearing at the tall grass, bending the slender trees. The rain is no longer gentle. It hammers against the rooftops, splashes against the quiet courtyards, and rushes in silver streams down the narrow streets dot in the mountains. The tall pines sway like ancient dancers, their branches bending beneath the force of the wind. The rivers churn, their waters rising, twisting in wild, furious waves that crash against the stones. Lightning dances across the sky, illuminating the dark clouds with fierce, blinding light, but beneath the roar of thunder, beneath the howling wind and the crashing rain, there is a quiet that only the villagers know. They stand together beneath the shelter of their homes, listening, waiting. An old priest whispers a quiet prayer to the storm gods, his voice a soft murmur against the fury of the sky. A mother holds her child close, her arms a quiet shield against the roaring wind, for they know that the storm is a voice that cannot be silenced, a fury that cannot be tamed. Yet they also know that even the fiercest storm must end, that even the loudest thunder is but a whisper against the vast, silent sky. The heavens roar, the lightning dances, and the world is caught in a silent, whispered struggle between fury and calm, the breath of the earth. But the heavens are not the only voice of nature. Beneath the quiet villages, beneath the silent forests, there is another whisper, a whisper that is felt, not heard. The earth itself breathes, a silent, slow breath that can become a sudden gasp, a violent shudder. The earthquake begins without warning. The ground trembles, a quiet whisper that ripples through the fields. Birds take flight, their wings cutting through the gray sky, their cries sharp against the silence. The villagers feel it, a quiet, unsettling shift beneath their feet. A whispered promise that the world is not as solid as it seems. A child stands in a quiet courtyard, her small hands clutching a wooden toy. She looks up as the ground shivers beneath her, her wide eyes filled with quiet fear. Her father rushes to her, lifting her in his arms, his voice a soft whisper of comfort, but even he cannot hide the fear in his eyes. The mountains loom in the distance, their silent, snow-capped peaks watching the trembling world below. In the forests, the tall trees sway, their roots grasping at the shifting earth. The quiet streams ripple, their waters disturbed by the silent, unseen breath of the earth. And then, as suddenly as it began, the trembling stops. The world is silent again. But the villagers know the earth is not silent. Beneath their feet, beneath the quiet fields and the sleeping mountains, the earth breathes. And in that quiet breath is a whispered promise, a promise that nothing is permanent. The villagers return to their work, their quiet lives continuing, but they carry the silent whisper of the earth with them, a reminder that even the ground beneath their feet is a promise that can be broken, the serenity of the sky. But after the rain, after the thunder, after the silent breath of the earth, there is always a quiet peace, a serenity that wraps the world in a soft, gentle embrace. The sky clears, the dark clouds drift away, and the heavens become a canvas of soft, endless blue. The sun rises, its light a warm, golden touch that spills across the quiet fields, turning the damp leaves to silver. Birds sing in the bright branches, their songs a soft, joyful whisper. The rivers are calm, their waters clear once more, reflecting the bright, open sky dot in the wide, blue expanse. Cranes glide with slow, graceful wings, their shadows drifting across the quiet fields below. The villagers watch, their faces softened by the gentle light, their hearts warmed by the soft touch of the sun. A young boy stands at the edge of the rice fields, his eyes wide with quiet wonder as he watches the cranes dance in the sky. His grandmother stands beside him, her old, weathered hands resting on his small shoulders. Her voice is a soft whisper, a quiet story of the crane's sacred birds, symbols of peace and longevity, who carried the whispered blessings of the heavens. The villagers return to their quiet lives, their fields green beneath the clear sky, their spirits lifted by the gentle warmth of the sun. The mountains stand tall, their snow-capped peaks bright against the blue, and the world seems wrapped in a quiet peace, for in feudal Japan, the heavens do not just weep. They whisper, they thunder, they breathe, and they smile. And in their quiet embrace, the villagers find a silent strength, a strength born of whispered rain, whispered storms, and whispered peace. The sky is a canvas, the earth a whispered promise, and beneath the heavens, life is a quiet dance of whispered beauty and whispered sorrow. A world where even the tears of the heavens are a gentle promise, a whispered blessing wrapped in a silent sky. Chapter 20. The final bow. The sun drapes itself across the horizon, a slow golden farewell that bathes the world in soft amber light. Beneath the fading sky, a lone samurai kneels, his figure a silent silhouette against the fiery glow. His hands rest upon the hilt of his blade, the sharp, polished steel reflecting the warm light. But the blade is not just a weapon, it is a silent promise, a whispered echo of a life bound by honor. The wind stirs gently, whispering through the tall grass, rustling the sleeves of his worn, dark robe. His face is calm, a mask of quiet serenity, but his eyes speak of a life weighed down by quiet duty, by the unspoken burden of tradition. He has lived by the sword, each breath a quiet promise to serve, to protect, to die without question. Yet in this moment, as the light fades, there is no battle, no enemy, no sound of clashing steel. Only the quiet world, wrapped in the soft embrace of twilight and the silent promise of his blade. The samurai breathes slowly, his eyes closing for a moment, his mind a still pond rippled only by memories' faces long gone, words whispered and forgotten, the quiet weight of honor, for in feudal Japan, honor is not just a word, it is a whisper. A shadow that follows, a quiet echo that lingers even after the blade has fallen down as the sky darkens. The samurai rises, his blade sheathed, his silent promise carried with him. The wind sighs, and the world is silent once more. The unseen roots beneath the quiet fields, beneath the soft green of the rice paddies, there is a silence that no one hears. The soil is dark and rich, a silent cradle that has nourished life for generations. But it is not just the living that rest here. Beneath the earth, beneath the roots of the swaying grass, the bones of countless lives lie hidden, a silent history that whispers beneath every step. Each village path is a quiet echo of those who once walked here, their footprints washed away by the soft rains, their voices faded like the mist. The fields bloom with green, the rivers sing softly, but the earth remembers. It remembers the hands that once tilled the soil, the feet that once danced beneath the cherry blossoms, the quiet whispers of lives lived and lost. A young girl runs. Across the fields, her laughter a bright, joyful whisper that dances in the wind. She does not know the stories beneath her feet, the silent lives that have shaped her world. But the elders do. They sit quietly in the shade, their eyes following her with a quiet smile, for they know that beneath the beauty of the fields, beneath the quiet villages, there is a whispered history that endures. The bamboo sways in the soft breeze, the leaves rustling like whispered secrets. The river flows gently, its clear waters hiding the silent stones beneath. And the mountains stand tall, silent sentinels that have watched the world turn for centuries. Beneath the living world, the quiet earth cradles the whispered stories of those who have come and gone, a silent reminder that even in silence, life endures. The eternal silence of the mountains bind the villages. Beyond the quiet fields and the winding rivers, the mountains rise silent, shadowed giants that have stood for ages. Their snow-capped peaks glow softly in the fading light, their rugged faces touched by the last golden rays of the setting sun. They are silent, but their silence is not empty. It is a quiet witness, a whispered memory of all they have seen. The mountains have watched the samurai ride forth, their banners fluttering like whispered promises in the wind. They have seen the farmers till the soil, their quiet songs rising beneath the open sky. They have seen the seasons dance across the land, the soft pink of spring blossoms, the warm gold of autumn leaves, the cold white of winter snow. But the mountains do not speak. They do not tell the stories they have witnessed. Their shadows stretch across the valleys, a quiet embrace that hides forgotten stories. The winds sigh against their tall, rugged cliffs, a whispered touch that fades. Into the silent sky, a lone hawk soars above the peaks, its wings cutting through the cool mountain air. Below, the forests whisper, the rivers twist like silver ribbons, and the villages sleep beneath the shadows of the silent mountains, for in feudal Japan, the mountains are more than stone. They are silent guardians, silent witnesses to the quiet. Struggles, the whispered hopes, and the silent farewells of those who have come and gone. They stand, unchanged and touched by time, their shadows a soft embrace over a world that blooms and fades beneath them. The whispered goodbye as the mist rises over the quiet valley. A gentle wind stirs the bamboo, their tall, slender leaves swaying. With a soft, rhythmic whisper, the world is wrapped in a soft, gray shroud, the mountains fading into the mist, the fields a quiet sea of green and silver. It is a world of whispered beauty, a world of quiet farewells. A young woman stands by. The river, her long sleeves swaying in the soft breeze, her eyes lost in the mist. She listens not to the wind, not to the river, but to the quiet whispers that seem to rise from the mist itself. They are the whispers of those who have walked these fields, of those who have loved and lost, of those who have bowed, fought, and wept beneath the silent sky. A gray heron stands in the shallow water, its thin legs still, its sharp eyes watching the quiet world. The mist drifts around it, a soft silver veil that hides and reveals, that whispers and fades dot in the village. The lanterns sway gently in the breeze, their soft golden light a warm glow against the mist. The villagers go about their quiet lives, their soft voices rising and fading, their laughter a gentle whisper in the mist. For them, the mist is just mist, the wind is just wind. But to the mountains, to the rivers, to the silent fields, the mist is a whispered farewell, a quiet promise that even in silence, life endures. The sun rises, its pale light cutting through. The mist touching the mountains with a soft golden glow. The world is waking, the mist lifting, the whispered goodbyes fading into the soft blue of the morning sky. But in the quiet hearts of those who live beneath the mountains, in the soft rustle of the bamboo, in the clear, cold waters of the river, the whispered farewell endures. It is the quiet promise of a world where silence is not empty, where shadows are not darkness, and where even the softest whisper can be a quiet, eternal goodbye.